treat. Failures never taste the sweet. Science lessons learned in flight. Journey on through endless night. For the stars, we aim so high. The projected kiss goodbye. For science and purple light, we'll keep flying through the light. Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Orbit dreams won't be delayed. Lessons learned from missions made. Purple tide will forge a path to the stars beyond this path. For the stars, we aim so high. The projected kiss goodbye. For science and purple light, we'll keep flying through the light. Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Keep flying through the light.
Okay, welcome to the Space and Rocket Review, now with 300% more dog. Hey, buddy. How you doing? How you doing, Titan? Are you ready for space news? Which would you rather, space news or ball? Space news? All right, man. I'll just put that down right there. And we'll go from there. Yeah, we have a co-host today. Bree is going to be gone for the night. She's going to hang out with friends. So, I got the boyo. I got my buddy. He's my buddy. Oh, Tatan. Tata Bagels. He's really confused by what's going on right now. I think he is very, very much kind of unsure about this thing that he's on that also moves. So, yep. Oh, you okay? You all right, bud? Almost? Oh, what's up? Hey. He also took my chair. Anyway, let's see. All right, so I got some space news links for you guys. Who isn't confused? That's a good point. Do dogs recognize themselves on TV? I don't know. He keeps looking up there. What's up there? All right, I think he's just chilling, so let him chill. All right, I got a bunch of stuff here. Bunch of stuff that happened over the weekend. Pretty much all good. Dragon's toilet is still clogged. You know, but it's up at the ISS, so it's not a big deal. I'm just making sure I got everything. Okay, cool. All right, so we're going to start over here. We're going to start with Firefly, the Blue Ghost mission. Blue Ghost did land on the moon about a week and a half ago, give or take. It did make a good touchdown, and Firefly's been getting science from it pretty much ever since. But now it's time. Firefly posted this yesterday. Blue Ghost signing off with one final message from the moon. Thank you for the unforgettable journey. Mission mode. That's what they call that. That's what the Oh god. Okay. Mission mode change detected. Now in monument mode. Good night, friends. After exchanging our final bits of data, I will hold a vigil on this spot in Maricrisium to watch humanity's continued journey to the stars. Here, I will outlast your mightiest rivers, your tallest mountains, and perhaps even your species as we know it. But it is remarkable that a species might be outlasted by its own ingenuity. Here lies Blue Ghost, a testament to the team who, with loving support of their families and friends, built and operated this machine and its payloads to push the capabilities of knowledge of humanity one small step further. A rough road to the stars. Blue Ghost. I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Attack ships clustered on the Orion. Perlights outside the Tannhauser Gate. All of those will be lost in time, like tears in rain. Some Roy Batty stuff right there. It's pretty good. I asked this very sir, why do you like this? What do you mean? I was quoting Blade Runner.
Discovery.
The YouTube chat isn't freaking out. They're all just like, yeah, man, that's cool. You guys got to freak out like that? Twitch chat's got to freak out like that? And Squall has to have a resub? 19 meses? Gracias, amigo. Pero una casa de locos. Anyway, we learned it by watching you. NSF stays at Margaritaville. Yes. What's freaky is your memory for quotes. But dude, that's like a legendary. That's a legendary. But really, you guys. But, you guys never heard that quote? Hi, Jim. Finally feeling well enough to join your stream. Also, rip to Blue Ghost. Come on now, guys. You channeled Spanish. It's because I short-circuited, man. I've seen things. You guys never heard that quote? Never seen Blade Runner. We got some problems. That's like the best quote. I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Attack ships clustered on the Orion arm. What does he say? He says something about stuff glowing outside the Tannhauser gate. All those will be lost in time. Like tears in rain. It's a great quote, man. Which cut of Blade Runner? What do you mean, which cut? That's in both cuts. Hey, Kai Fox. Here. Get up here, pal. Come on. I got you. Get up here. There you go, Bobos. Good boy. Yeah, every cut got that quote. Yeah. Here. Hey, Titan, get rotated, nerd. Hi. Hello, you're with Daddy. Hello. Anyway, Blue Ghost, the Blue Ghost mission will sign off, and I don't know, I don't know if Firefly's gonna try to grab him. Come on, Titan. There we go. I don't know if they're gonna try to reactivate the mission after the Lunar Night, but the Lunar Night is why they shut it off. Oh, it's Taito. This is Titan. Oh, jeez, buddy. I'm sorry. I don't mean to keep hitting you. This is Titan. He's a mix, and he's about 2 years old. Yeah, probably 2.5 now. He's a good boy. He keeps looking up at the wall like something's up there. I don't know if he may have heard something. This dog's, I swear, he's got hound in him or something. Because he can hear and sniff things out like hound dog style. Titan, you ain't nothing but a hound dog. Crying all the time. Get rotated, dog. Hey, Sewer Rat, once again, did y'all ever figure out the depth of head in the pipes? It does make a difference, Sewer Rat, but it's negligible. That's what we figured out. What are you doing? Do you have to stand like halfway out of frame just to screw everything up? Anyway. All right, so the Blue Ghost lander's gone, or it's in monument mode, and it's very interesting that they called it mission mode, which is curious. I've heard whispers that a bunch of people at Firefly know who I am, which is strange. Not trying to take credit for it, but also it's a very oddly specific name for your mission operations. You know what, dude? I'm like halfway tempted to show you guys that last Blade Runner thing, but if you haven't seen Blade Runner, see Blade Runner. It's an amazing movie. That'd be wild if they hid that in there for you. It's unlikely, dude. A lot of people call it mission mode, but
Discovery, go at throttle up.
this dog just wants to stare at the door. Anyway, Sewer Rat, 19-month resub. All right, so let's keep going. So, last week we had the Crew 10 launch on Friday, and SpaceX got us some really, 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 really nice pictures of the ascent. You guys, here, check this out. Oh. I give you 3 guesses where this camera's from. That camera, we know where that's from. Medicine for the day, dude. So this camera's definitely on the Starship Tower. This is definitely on the Starship Tower. Any news about Jared's nomination? Nothing, Trey. Nothing, dude. You gonna get down? What are you doing? What is this dog doing? I got you. Uh-oh. Oh, there goes the ball. That's the end of that. Go get it. Go ahead. Will you stop mooning these people and go get the ball? Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. What? What's wrong, buddy? What's wrong? Here, go. You want? Oh, we're starting that, huh? Here. Fine. I'm taking my chair back. You don't get this chair no more. No, you're gonna whine? You don't get the chair no more. Chair goes behind the curtain. Sorry. You can go lie down. I'm busy, dude. Go get your ball. There you go. All right, anyway. So, we had some really awesome shots of the Crew 10 ascent. Crew 10 got up there, no problem, except for the toilet. The toilet didn't work on Dragon. It's a green screen? Yeah, kind of. What breed is the dog? He's a mix. Oh, he's a boxer, cattle dog, and then super mutt. I don't know what that... Good boy. Yeah, the toilet's broken. Yeah, out of service. First time the toilet is broken? No. No, it's not, believe it or not. Here, hold up. There's also this, dudes. Here, this is the second part of that footage. This one's a little bit louder than the other one here. I'm just gonna... Bent down. That's pretty good. So, Crew 10 did, and once again, I apologize for not being here for this. I had some real life stuff that I had to take care of, but Crew 10 did make it up to the space station, and here's
approach.
The docking.
Traveling with a range rate of less than 0.082, which, as you mentioned earlier, it continues to get slower and slower as we make this final approach.
You can see
5 meters.
passive NDS. There's your docking latch. Those are the drive hooks for the latch.
Here is chop, or that crew hands-off period.
Chop.
Followed moments later by docking.
That typically comes out about 2 meters away from the International Space Station. Right now, we're less than 4 meters away.
Fred, it looks small. How big is it? Falcon 9? The first stage is probably like, I don't know, 48 to 50 meters. It's 150 feet tall, so a 15-story building. Oh. Okay. Dragon. Look, they have so they had a passive NDS, and there's the active NDS. See the latching ring right there?
Away.
The latching ring is extended to dampen out the shock. I mean, it's big, Fred.
Copy, hands off.
Super Heavy is even bigger. Super Heavy is
There's
220
the
feet
chop
tall,
call.
70 meters.
Standing by for initial contact of Dragon to the International Space Station.
And ready, soft capture. Soft capture confirmed. That ring is actually on.
Dragon contact and soft capture complete.
So that ring that's extended out here in this shot, that's actually on a bunch of springs. And when Dragon does dock, the soft capture, the springs that that ring is attached to, watch, they'll start absorbing the movement of Dragon. See, they absorbed it. There it is. See how it moves forward, and then it kind of moves back, and then it kind of moves forward again.
Dragon contact and soft capture complete.
Bingo. So crew did make it up, and in keeping with kind of what we said, crew 9, which is who you see right here, is undocking their Dragon tonight. There's a short handover period due to ISS logistics. So the crew 9 crew, which is Nick Hague, Alexander Gorbanov, Sonny Williams, Barry Wilmore, they'll be coming down. They'll undock and be coming down pretty much a little bit. The undocking process will be happening tonight. They'll be down tomorrow. I'm going to try just, barring no other RL of real life events happening, I'm going to try to get us all the way there. It's going to be a little bit, there's going to be a lot of stream. We do, don't worry. We got time to bridge. We got stuff to bridge. We got the gaps to bridge. And we got to build bridges and more workers and stuff. We can do that. I got to know what happened to the toilet. We just heard that they should not use it. And that's about it. They're docked to the ISS sewer rat. They're fine. They can just use that toilet. Oh, here it comes. Oh, it's going to be a rot. Anyway, so the crew 9 crew that's coming back down has Butch and Sonny in it. And it will be down. They'll undock tonight. They'll be down tomorrow. Butch and Sonny I don't really want to mention this, but I'm going to. Butch and Sonny will be joined the crew 9 crew after the Starliner capsule had a little bit of a malfunction on its crew flight test, and NASA ended up last year bringing the capsule down with nobody on board out of an abundance of caution. Butch and Sonny therefore took the MS1 and MS2 spots on crew 9. And crew 9 launched with only Nick and Alex on board. So, they went up on Starliner. Starliner had some problems with its thrusters. They brought Starliner down uncrewed. And then what NASA decided to do is work them into the rotation of regular ISS crews because they had 2 extra people up there. So they sent the next capsule, which was supposed to have 4. They sent it with 2. They took the 2 people that Butch and Sonny replaced that were supposed to launch up on this, and they're going to launch on crew 11. They're launching on the next flight up. Yeah, Sonny's got some dog paw tats over there. Bet Nick and Alex like the extra leg room. Yeah, something like that. Anyway, so yeah, that's scheduled to all go down tonight. Here's your timeline of events, and I will tell them relative to stream time here so people can time zone correctly. Let's see what we got. NASA to provide live coverage of Crew 9 return. Okay, so we got hatch closing at 10:45. Undocking at 12:45. Yeah, it takes some time to get to, vacuum out the vestibule and, basically detach Dragon from the space station. That takes some time. 1:05 a.m. undocking, and then return coverage begins tomorrow at 4:45. So instead of doing space news tomorrow, we will document the return coverage. And then, yeah, that's basically during space news tomorrow. So tomorrow we're going to get Butch and Sonny coming back down, which is pretty cool. We'll go all the way. We'll go all the way to the Return to Earth Media Conference at 7:30 and go from there. So yeah, there's your timeline of events. So this event, if you're wondering time zone stuff, this event right here, 10:45 p.m., is 4 hours and 45 minutes away from right now. So look at your clock. add about 5 hours. That's when the undocking starts. Why does it take so long to undock? Well, you're unplugging the capsule, Jack. They got to unplug it. Dragon has a power port, the docking port. Okay, let me explain. This is a better way to explain it. All right, here, take a look. Let me show you that footage that we were just looking at a second ago here.
Range rate of
All
less
right,
than
so
0.08.
take a look. This right here is the NDS, NASA docking system. This particular variant of the docking system is called the International Docking System Standard. NDS and IDSS are pretty much the same thing. So just, if I say IDSS or NDS, it's the same thing. Okay, so how do you do this? Well, obviously, there's a couple of things that you have to do. See how this is there's an unpressurized volume right here? This unpressurized volume is called the vestibule. This area right here. Basically, where Dragon's door is and where the door to the ISS is unpressurized right now, right? In this video. Both of the vestibules are pressurized for the Crew 9 and the Crew 10 Dragon right now. So,
Traveling with a
why does it
range
take so
rate-
long? So, basically what you got to do, they got to get into the capsule, they got to close the hatch, they got to put their suits on, right? And then they have to start depressurizing the vestibule. You obviously don't just want to undock with this here. If you undocked and this thing depressurized, it'll push the capsule away, and also you're losing air. So they need to pull. That's what all these wires and all this stuff here is for. They're trying to pull the they're pulling the air out of the vestibule. So like, once again, if you're looking at the side of Dragon and this flat part right here, that's the door, and this is the docking port that you're looking at on the screen. They dock together like this, and there's an unpressurized volume. It's right there. It's called the vestibule. So they got to take all the air out of that, right? You got to take all the air out of that. You got to make sure the ISS isn't leaking. You got to make sure Dragon isn't leaking. You got to make sure everybody on board with their suits, that's not leaking, right? And then you have to unplug it. You notice these two things right there, 1 and 2. Dragon's plugged into the ISS, so it's not being powered on its own batteries, which is why it can stay up there for a long time, right? It's plugging into, it's basically, these are taps from the solar panels. They're tapped into the ISS's power systems. You got to unplug it. You got to power Dragon on. You got to make sure it's working correctly, right? And then, if you notice these little slots right here, those are drive hooks. There's 12 of them total, right? You got to undrive them in sequence. If you don't do it in sequence, right, you did the top ones first, you could potentially bend them. So you have to, like, you have to start up here, go down here, start over here, go over here, start over here, go over here, start over here, go over here. They do that in sequence of 6 and 6, right? So it's basically like untorquing something. Like if you were taking a wheel off of a car, you undo it in a star pattern, or you'd attach it in a star pattern. It's the reverse of that. The reason why you want to go slow with this is so you don't break something here. You don't want to break one of the drive hooks. If you break the drive hook, you're going to have a bad day. Yeah, that would be bad. This piece is a one-off piece. This NDS and this adapter piece is a one-off piece. We had a third one. It's at the bottom of the ocean if you really want to know. This type of docking port, the docking ports that accept Dragon and Starliner, there's only 2 of them on the ISS. So if you broke one of these drive hooks, you seriously have a problem with personnel on the space station now. You have to make another one of these. Like I said, the original contract to get these adapters for Dragon and Starliner, the original contract called for 3. IDA 2 and 3 are up there. IDA 1 is at the bottom of the ocean. No, I'm not making that up. It was on CRS 7 in 2017 or 2015, and that Dragon was not recovered, and IDA 1 was in its trunk. Whoops. Is the next Crew Dragon flight from 2? Yes. Mm-hmm. So you really have to, there's really a lot involved here with undoing a spacecraft from the ISS, which is why I'm like bumming, dude, because I really wanted to show you guys there's a lot to it, just like there's a lot to launch. there's a lot of subtleties. There's a lot of things to astronaut. Like when you put crew missions in, when you're adding people into the mix, you know, you're opening up like docking ports and capsules and life support systems and spacesuits and stuff. It's not just another Starlink launch, right? There's a lot of important stuff going on here, which is super cool. But yeah, Jack, it's a little bit of a process, right? But we'll see. We'll see that process actually tonight when they undock Crew 9. I'll show it to you so I can talk you guys through it. Feel like KSB lied to me with how quick undocking is. I do believe they're just contact patches. I could be wrong though.
Years away.
It might be a plug, dude. Look at Dragon side. Looking at Dragon side. When is undocking roughly? Undocking is 1:05 a.m. Eastern time. That is 7 hours or 6 hours and 55 minutes from right now. Or no, 6 hour 55 minutes from now. Hey, Darkstar, haven't been here in a long time now. Tried driving NASCAR cars on Indianapolis in Assetto Corsa, and the best I could do with barely touching the walls, broken suspension, cold tires, and heavy damage is a number that I don't understand. 1 minute flat lap time? Yeah, Darkstar, it's tough, man. Their contact pads. Yep. Anyway, so one minute. Oh, so you basically did 1 minute flat. Got it. Neat. Yeah. Indy Road is tough in a NASCAR, dude. Yeah, especially Sector 2 with the sausages. Don't hit the damn sausages on the back stretch. Big pain in the butt. Anyway, so yeah, we'll get more coverage there from the Crew 9 undocking that should be happening a little bit later tonight. I might actually take a break after Space News and then come back just because, you know, I have the dog and stuff. Probably going to have to. Yeah, Taito's with me today. He's over there. He's just chilling. Dude, he's just staring at the wall. I don't know. He must have heard something over there.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Arpasac. Workers and resources. I played a lot of workers already. We might play a little bit more workers. I don't know. I assume we're going to watch the High Five. Why does that sound familiar? Do we have any info on the next Starship flight? I do have a little bit of Starship updating for you guys. He's a good dog. He's not necessarily the smartest. No, Wisp, you know what, dude? I will tell you this right now. That dog is very smart. Dude, he understands me when I'm talking to him. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to have a conversation with him. I mean, but also, like, he understands the difference between if he has to go number one. If I ask him if he has to go number one or number two. You guys haven't seen Titan in a little while. He really started warming up. I mean, when we first got him, everybody was saying, you know, it takes 6 to 8 months, 6 to 8 months. And here we are about 8 months in since we've gotten him. And we see eye to eye on things, despite me being way taller, you know? Oh, Rocket Lab. Yeah, of course. Of course there's a Rocket Lab launch. In fact, that's my space news. So yeah, Titan is really... I should stop saying his name because he understands it. He's really warmed up. He's gotten a lot better. Anyway, we do have the High Five mission. The 60-second Electron launch is happening. We just saw an Electron launch the other day. That is going to be happening later tonight at about 9:30, 1:31 UTC. Yeah, that's right. That's right, thousands. Yes, that's correct. That's correct. In fact, I did get, Jack sent me a picture today. Jack sent me a picture. Want to see what he sent me? In his travels, Jack found this. Oh, yeah, yep. You know, I don't hate it. Yep. Yeah, Jack sent me that picture, and he's like, "This is the kind of stuff you like, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, yes, yes, it is." well, then. Now you have something to do. Yeah, exactly. You got, yeah. Should be good. Yeah, but it's a Chevy. No, you know that I don't like Chevys post 2005. Okay, post 2005 Chevy, I don't care, except for maybe the Corvette. Now, 1990s Chevy, 1980s Chevys, 1970s, and 1960s Chevy. I don't have a problem with those, man. Those are some of the most and I'm saying this as a Ford guy. Those are some of the most well-built automobiles ever devised by humanity, period, full stop. That's it. What happened in the 2000s? They cheaped out. They started cheaping out on everything. You know, we could save a couple cents if we make this out of plastic, out of cheaper plastic, right? Oh, we could, you know, instead of using ABS plastic, we could use like Bakelite, and stuff started getting, well, not Bakelite, let's say akin to Bakelite, right? And stuff started getting cheap and gross. And then guess what? They went bankrupt. That's weird. Funny how that works. But so did Ford in every single American brand. No. Ford never, maybe, I would say Ford cheaped out probably in the late 70s. But, no, Ford's fine. Ford didn't go bankrupt. Just saying. Anyway. So, we got an Electron launch a little bit later tonight. We'll cover that. Should be a good time. And also for anybody that gives a flying flippers, I have the 59 is fully buttoned up and ready to go. I have it ready for spring cruising. Toyota supremacy still reigns. With what? Have you fixed the Mrs. car yet? Yeah, we have that car back. I didn't fix it, one man. I sent it to the body shop. Anyway. So, Starship stuff. Actually, there is one other thing I wanted to show you guys. So check this out. This is Daniel Metzler. He's the CEO at Isar Aerospace, which is a German commercial launch provider. He posted this picture of their launch site up. I believe this is in Norway. Whoa. What years are all your vehicles from? 59, 69, 97, 2008, 2020. If you include Ernox cars, 87 and 91. Yeah, Isar is working at their launch site up in the way. I think it's up near Svalbard, but I'm not 100%. It's on an island up in Norway somewhere. I hope Adrian has a live U-Pack. Can you imagine if he went all the way up there? That's a long way, dude. They are way up there. This is like, dude, I don't even know where it is. I know it's up here. It's well into the Arctic Circle. They're going to launch into a polar orbit, Ryzen. Oh, they're in Ndoya. Okay. Ndoya. Oh. Oh. Let's see. Where the heck is this thing? You should be able to see it. You mean the Arctic Circle. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, they're way up there. Oh, what's that? No, that's just a port. It's the Ndoya rocket range in Nordland, Norway. Yeah, I don't know where this thing is. Over here, maybe? I don't see why you'd put it over here, but... I would guess it's got to be like up here somewhere. There's Andenez. And there's a airport. Nordmella, Norway. Okay. Let's take a look. What do we got? You'd see it. Oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah, that's definitely it. There's your HIF. And there's your flame trench. Bro. This, all right, do we have Street View? Tell me we got Street View. What does this look like? Nordmavans. Wow. Ready. Can we like go a little bit, get a little bit closer? It's green. It's orange. Drainage. Drainage. Laying down the gravel for that's a pretty thick subgrade, boy. I tell you what. I mean, these pictures got to be, yeah, this is from 2022, these pictures. The pad is very, very clearly more finished. Hey, Krasnoob, 28-month resub. Oh, we need the ambient Starbase live music. There we go. So, yeah. I'm going to go ahead and guess that Isar is probably a little bit closer to launch, perhaps. On next Spaceflight, it has their demo flight scheduled for March 20th. No details on if they're streaming it or not. Would they launch while it's snowing? It's Norway, Neil? I don't really think they have particularly a choice. I mean, in March, in Norway. I'm just putting it out there, dude. Like it is in the Arctic Circle. Well, Starbase looks different, a bit more green. Starbase is very green, JB. What are you talking about? It's also sandy. I guess they don't have to spend as much energy chilling fuel lines. Something like that. Phil, what's that? Amazon is still being secretive about Project Kuiper, but ULA did upload a low-fidelity model of the payload stack. If this is accurate, it confirms that Kuiper is not flat-packed and is actually kind of beefy. That is a fat... That's a fat satellite. RJ, I've become a total train nerd. I'm putting an HO scale together, right now. Yeah, that happens. Trains are a rabbit hole. A big rabbit hole. Like spaceflight, RJ. It's the same thing. Yeah. Yeah, trains do that. Oh, boy. Excuse me. I was wondering, with the new construction at Starbase, don't you feel that everything will be hidden so lab padre cams won't capture anything except for trucks in and out? Yeah. So? We still get ship rolls, but it's not nearly as detailed as it used to be. The ring yard is almost fully enclosed. But yeah, hopefully, good luck to Isar. Hopefully what happens to them doesn't happen to, hopefully what happened to RFA doesn't happen to them. The other German upstart, Rocket Factory Augsburg, had some LOX cavitation on their test stand and it exploded. The rocket. But, you know, whatever. The Fatalite. Competitor to Rocket Lab's Flatellite, which is a competitor to Starlink. Alright, let's go down to Starbase here. Yeah, this is called the ring yard right here. It's, actually, see this building right there? They're getting rid of that. The Gigabay is going to go right here, from what I understand. Like this. Something like that. Something like that. The ring yard used to be a lot bigger, yeah. Yeah, you ain't kidding. No more views. It's okay. It's okay. Ugh. Could you please link that snowy launch pad? I missed who that was. Isar. Link the snowy launch pad. Endoya. Nordmela, Norway. Nordmela. But yeah, they're yeah, Gigabay is gonna be like all up in here, dudes. They're gonna get rid of the high bay. So Megabay 1 and 2 are staying, but they're gonna get rid of this thing. They're building Gigabay right here. Farewell, high bay. You shall be remembered for having SN9 tip over in you. Is the end of that sentence. All right. So, Starship news. So check this out. Let's flip over to Starbase Live here. Take a look-see. A rocket tipped over then in there. SN9 tipped over in there, dude. So, I don't know if you noticed by this shot from Starbase Live, but concrete pouring has begun on the flame trench at Pad B. You can tell because of the way it is. Cletus pouring concrete today? Oh, Cletus wishes he was pouring this much concrete. Should be over 300 trucks by now. Do you think we could see more pads built at Starbase along the beach in the future? Yeah, it's possible. How many trucks worth are they going to need? Oh, dude, they're here. This is still out on the internet, so I'm gonna go ahead and guess that it's probably all right. I said this at the beginning of the stream. They're using extremely thick rebar. That's inch stock rebar. That's very thick. I mean, it's got to hold up something pretty heavy. How's that for lattice work? A lot. How much concrete? A lot. They're gonna need a lot.
I don't know, what the hell is this?
Now note, guys, I said this on the stream before. Note that they are 2-bar thick. See, there's 2 bars tied to each other going on the long axis of the trench and deflector, which is pretty crazy. That's pretty nuts, dude. This thing's very heavy duty. I believe the word I used to describe it was diesel. It's yonks. Oh, that guy stopped to take a dump. All right, cool. It's pretty crazy. It is a big trench, man. That's rebar 18. There you go. Yeah, David, it's still up, dude, so I don't know. Grid maxing, man. Hello, what can we do for you? Yeah, I need 7,000 yards of concrete. For what? Nah, don't worry about it. So how much did you say you needed? Yes. Are you going to go until undock? I don't know. Have you read about the G-Tails? I haven't. G-Tails are one of my favorite locomotives, RJ. Number 18. Yeah, I got you, goalie. Got you. What is a yard? It's cubic yards. Concrete is measured in cubic yards. I don't know why. 1 yard of concrete is 27 cubic feet. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Whatever. So is aggregate. Aggregates measured like that. Yeah, a lot of things are measured like that. Construction folk don't like metric. Construction folk don't like a lot. Yeah, a lot of things. So we have 300 trucks. We've seen 300 trucks already. So how many yards can a cement truck hold? A cement truck holds 8 to 10 cubic yards. So let's just say 9, right? Meet you in the center at 9. Right? We've seen 300 of them. That's 2,700 yards of concrete. That's not enough. That's not enough for that flame trench. I know that the flame trench is about 16 meters wide. 16 meters wide, and I'm not sure what the length is. Unless you're Canadian, we use both. Why? One truck holds 10. Yeah. So that means that this pour is easily over 2,000 yards. I'd say I estimated 6,000. That was my guess. They're doing 5,000 K PSI concrete. Nice. Americans will use anything but the metrics. If the Canadians use this system too, all right? Shut up. I don't know why it's cubic yards, guys. I really don't have a good idea why. But anyway. The aerial view? Yeah, this is what I wanted to see. Oh, wait a minute. We had a truck coming in there. He's carrying some 1202, baby. Anybody know? Anybody remember from what we were saying the other day? He's load indicating 1202. What is that? Who knows? It's diesel fuel. 1202 is diesel. Oh, he's backing up. See? Diesel efficient. Oh, another concrete truck. Cubic yards is close to meters, right? Yeah, crownless. Yeah. 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 It's not 1-to-1, but it's close. Yeah, see, there's another truck coming out here. You got a K-Whopper right there. Did the rollout of Ship 37's nose cone mean anything to you? I didn't see it. Why? Should it have? Oh, there's a Mac right there with super singles. I mean, they all have super singles, but whatever. It had no flaps. Really? No flaps, huh? Did it have any tiles on it? Yeah, but very unfinished. Yes, means the days of that triangle section of Star Factory are numbered. Yeah, Creeper, I had a feeling, dude. I had a feeling. You're talking about this guy right here. This piece. Was Crew 9 moved up a day, or am I tripping? It was kind of on MotoKid. You're not tripping. It was always in flux, dude. They said Tuesday, and it looks like I mean, technically Tuesday, but it's Tuesday at 1 a.m., so it's Monday for us gamers, you know what I mean? Yeah, guys, the Gigabay, I had pretty much theorized that the Gigabay is going right here. If I had to guess, it's probably there. This right here. So why get rid of why build the triangle at all? Well, first of all, I have no idea. Second of all, actually, it's probably going to be more like this. Now, why this particular shape for the Gigabay? This allows them to... So they move the nose cone, and if you guys notice, there's nothing coming down the nose cone production line, right? Anybody that works there, you guys know. So, or works there, or is around Boca Chica, or just watches a lot of lab. There's nothing on this line right here. So the Gigabay, that means the Ship 37, so Ravshan, if you're going to ask, they probably moved 37 out into one of these bays to complete it there. Because they're going to put the Gigabay in, which means we should see them demolish Stargate right here and the high bay very, very soon. Now, why would they do this way? Well, if they put a door right here and a door right here for this, you still have access all over the place. But when you're building the Gigabay, your nose cone production line is not going to be able to get things in and out, right? That's not going to work that way. You won't be able to build it, so they got to move the nose cone production line somewhere else temporarily, right? But this also makes it so your mega bays are still working. You could still keep your mega bays going right here, right? You could still work on booster and ship production. You just have to move your assembly lines around. So I have a feeling that Gigabay is going right there. You sent me a picture. That okay. How long till the Mega Bay goes the way of the Dodo after the Gigabay is built? I don't know, man. There you go. Dude, that was like a slight difference, man. Come on. So, yeah, Ravshan, if I had to guess, they probably moved the nose cone out into Mega Bay 2. They probably moved it into Mega Bay 2 so they could keep working on it because their assembly line output is about to get capped. That's my guess. If I had to put my finger on it. What's going on back over here? Oh, yeah, we also have a picture of this thing. Look. Oh, baby. That's a lot. This is coming from RGV. That is a lot of rebar, man. Wowzers. There's a telescoping crawler over there. Looks like a nuclear bunker. I mean, Surat, considering the amount of thrust Starship has, yeah. Down here needs to be able to basically withstand a nuclear blast. Like, that's... What comes out of the bottom of Super Heavy is not, like, sunshine and rainbows, you know what I mean? Also, guys, check this out. They put up forms for a slab right here. Who left their high vis in the trench? And that's the trench for the water lines? Interesting. There's the lattice crawler, the 11,000, the big boy. What do you think the flight from when do you think the flight from Pad B will be? Summer? Summertime at this rate. Probably maybe late summer. This summer? Yeah, sure. Guys, this was a parking lot like 8 months ago. This was a parking lot. There was nothing here. Suborbital Pad B was here a year ago at this time. I'd say summertime is pretty fair. When do you think we'll get a Starship that doesn't fail spectacularly? Soon? Likely to do ship catches. Well, John, that's what SpaceX said. Yeah, but you're not going to want... You'd want this trench to be finished before you try to do a ship catch here. You don't want to blast a construction site. You don't want to blast a construction site with rocket plume from a landing ship. What is this? The steel embeds in the pile cap. Whoa. This is Chrome Kiwi. Thanks to Lab Pod Ray, new camera sections steel arrived on the trucks. They're most likely steel wall sections with Nelson studs on the inside and one external wall. I'm guessing the studs will tie into the rebar wall and get filled with concrete. Oh, this thing. Yeah. Yeah, most likely. Yeah, this is right. I would say Chrome is spot on as per usual. I'm not an engineer, but this looks strong. Yep. You could see the embeds for them in the aerial picture. Oh yeah. Yep, there they are. Yeah, I see them. See the line right here? Yep. Yeah, I got it. I see it. Dude, this is nuts. This is absolutely insane. The scale of this project's bananas for rocket stuff. So what is the purpose of that for us laymen? It's the walls. Surat. The walls. But remember, what they're putting in here, so actually Chrome Kiwi might have something to look at. Chrome's awesome. Guy does good work. Chrome does launchpad renders. I'm sorry. D's slow-mo footage. D posted it the other day. I just gotta Squirrel! Oh. What? Sorry, I stared at it. I stared at the trap, Ray. I sorry. That the footage is spectacular. Anyway, let me find a Chrome Kiwi render. Red Munchkin, thank you very much for the raid. I do appreciate it. Chrome hasn't done a render of the pad in a little while. So yeah, Surat, they're the walls. It's the walls to the pad. They need to be strong, but they also, the pad needs water, so that's what all those pipes are for. If I'm understanding this right, that all the pipes are water. Pad B is using a flame deflector, or not a flame deflector. It's using a flame bucket, not a deluge. I didn't say any of that right. Excuse me. Sorry, I got so distracted by that damn footage. Okay, so Pad B is using a flame bucket, not a flame diverter. Okay, there's a difference. A flame diverter would have a pad deluge system on top of it, right? So they spray water and the water flows onto that flame diverter. When they fire it, you're good. A flame bucket has a pad deluge system built into the diverter. So that's why all those pipes are there. You got to get water down there. But your wall also has to be extremely strong. The pipes tie the inner and outer walls together, and the gap will be filled with concrete. It's just like the base of Tower B. Well, why don't you just wait till I say something and then say the opposite is what's going on, Phil? Why don't you just wait? Why don't you just wait? Here. You're being a very nice person right now. Please say the opposite. Please. Come on. Red Munchkin's Raiders are waiting. We're waiting. No, Kappa. Yeah. All right. So what we do? All right. I was asking as a friend. All right. And I'm a really good friend. Okay. All right. Anyway. Yeah, these are the walls, Surat. They're the walls. I thought water would be going through that, but I guess not. No, that's good to know. Red Munchkin, thank you for the raid. What's going on, buddy? How are you? What were you up to? Can I put my waterbed in the flame trench to help with cooling? Well, sure. That would be a not very rapidly reusable solution, though. You'd need a lot of waterbeds. So what are Nelson studs? Give me 1 second. Type of welded stud fastener invented by Ted Nelson that uses an electric arc welding process to create a strong permanent connection between metal parts, often used in construction and industrial applications. It's a screw that's welded into place. I mean, it has no threads. So, yeah, stud. It's a weldable stud. That's what it is. Good job, Ted. Yeah, so you put the stud in, right, and then you zap it, and it'll just weld itself into place. That's when thread pitch just isn't good enough. So check out every one of the. All right, Phil, you tell me, are these little things right here? Those the Nelson studs? Are those them? All these guys right here? All these little steady bananas? Yes? All right, cool. Would that be 0 or infinite thread pitch? It's a good question. Yes. Yes. Ooh, speaking of mechanical things, I want to show you guys something. Here. Aw. We've seen the turbo. What? All right, fine. I won't show you that. Never mind. Bought another Chinesium turbo? No. That is a small turbo. Now I don't want to show it to you. It's a bearing. It's not just any bearing. It's a tapered roller bearing. Okay? Low tapered roller bearing. Okay? Right? So, any mechanically inclined people out here? Is something wrong there, or is that supposed to do that? Yeah, I don't think it's supposed to do that. So that was the right front of the 59. Yeah, if you want to see a bearing. So for the people that don't understand, this is supposed to be concentric. It's not supposed to do that. It's not supposed to wiggle around. The rollers are supposed to roll on the bearing piece like that, and it's not supposed to do this. See that right there? It should be one piece. Like, this should act like it's solid. Should be no play there. There, in fact, is play there because the 59 had a bad wheel bearing. I drove around entirely last summer on a bad wheel bearing and didn't notice. That was the result of that. So I punched it out and put a new bearing in. But yeah, in case anybody was wondering what a wheel bearing looks like, thought I'd show you guys. No. I know it should be loose, Aqualex, but not like this. It's not. It's eccentric. The whole thing is freaking eccentric. It's broken. This dude, look at the play on the rollers. See the gap on one side? Especially when I do this. See that? Yeah, that's bad. That is a really small wheel bearing. It's the outer bearing. It is in fact shot. How bad is it if it fails? Considering this is what your hub that your wheel is attached to spins on, pretty bad. Just pack it more and she'll be fine. Or go to the store and buy a direct replacement for $15 and, you know, put it in, which is what I did. The wheel will fall off if it fails. No, it will stop spinning. Please tell us you remembered to grease pack the replacement. Yeah, of course. Dude, you know how long I spent getting the crap off of my freaking hand after packing the stupid thing? I was sitting there for 30 minutes just... Okay, turn it. Turn it. Turn it. Both bearings, dude. That red light is the grease cap glowing red hot. Yeah. See, I thought the kingpins in the truck were just needed to be greased. Another component that would cause the tire. So I had the 59 up on stands, and I noticed the wheels were like this. The front wheels were cambered out, and I'm like, it's probably not what it should be doing. And in fact shouldn't. You should jack the truck up and those wheels should stay straight. They were out like this. So I thought it was the kingpins, something that's greasable. You have to grease the kingpins up. So I greased the kingpins up on both sides, and one tire firmed up and the other one didn't. So I was like, huh, that's not the kingpins. So I took this off and promptly found this. I took the hub off and the wheel off and found that. That's no good. That is yeah, awful. So I bought a new bearing and then I froze it. I put it in the freezer. Now both tires are straight, which is great. Just pack it like some of those mechanics in YouTube shorts that give you some bearing with your grease. Why freeze it? I kind of set that one up, Wisp. Why would you freeze it? Metal contracts when it's cold. You freeze the bearing, it's easier to put in. So the bearing has a race. You have an outer and inner race to the bearing, okay? So the inner race is that piece, this piece of metal right here. See that? The inner piece. And then you have the bearing itself. And the bearing rides on the outer race, like this. The outer race is tapered. So the inside of here gets smaller. It's tapered inward. Low tapered inward. And when you put them all together, it becomes the bearing, right? This bearing is not doing very well. So the race you have to knock in. You have to knock this into the hub with a hammer. I punched this one out with a metal punch, and you could see I damaged it punching it out, but it was junk already. You don't just replace the bearing. The bearing, the inner race bearing and outer race the way they're manufactured to work together. You don't take this bearing piece out and then put it on a race for the broken bearing. That would be bad. It doesn't like that. Physics doesn't like that. So I had to punch this piece out of the hub. So I punched it out of the hub, and then I froze the entire bearing and race, right? And I hammered the new one in gently, and then I grease packed the hell out of the bearings, so it never happens again. Why are so many of your items low taper faded? Can you imagine if the shuttle had a low taper wing? Anyway, back to space news. So, yeah, they're pouring the second pad for Starship now. Up. Almost made you laugh. Okay. I'll take that. I'll take almost making someone laugh. Always replace the races as well. Bingo. That's why I froze the bearing. You freeze it so you can get the race in the hub easier. I would have streamed it, guys, but I got it done super late last night. I mean, that doesn't really make a difference, but I wanted to get it done quick. I need the 59 buttoned up. I hadn't worked on it since we fixed the transmission and put it back in. I needed to put the exhaust back in. And then I needed to tighten a bunch of things down on it. Tighten down the exhaust, cinch the exhaust down, make sure everything works. And then I noticed the wheels were out. So everything needed to be greased. I had a bad wheel bearing. I didn't even see it, but I drove around entirety last summer with a bad wheel bearing. But now we don't have to worry about that. The 59 is good to go. It shifts just fine. But I needed to get that buttoned up. One, because I want to drive it around. I haven't done that in a little while. And two, coronet time. Did that work? Did it really shrink? Yeah, of course, Zubaski. Why wouldn't it? That worked. Dude, any mechanic does that. You put them in the freezer. It'll contract if it gets super cold in the freezer. It'll contract, and then it makes it easier to punch it in. Yeah, absolutely. It absolutely works. Are you going to build a rotisserie? I haven't decided yet, dude. Man, tough crowd. Fluffy, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Now it's ready for its trip to Starbase. David, it's pretty good, dude. The 59 is pretty good. Now, once again, guys, I'm having trouble with the NDI plugins for the auto stream. I don't know what's wrong. I got to figure it out. Or else that was the other reason why I didn't stream it, or else I would have. But yeah, that's what's going on. I really wish it would have been nice to show you guys, but the bearing is good enough to show you what went wrong. Like, once again, this might look fine. This bearing looks okay, but if you look at it like this, that's not supposed to do that. That's way too much play. The tapered roller bearing housing is bent. It got crushed somehow, or if I had to guess, too much heat. And then too much heat. And then I remembered that Geek and I did not grease the wheel bearings when we put it back together a summer ago. We did not grease the wheel bearings. So, whoops. Off topic, what kind of concrete truck guy are you? Mack or Ford? The 59 is a step side, yep. Jet engine shafts are also put in freezers before fitting, as far as you know. Yep. But there is some Western Star trucks tooling around. There's a Western Star right there. That's pretty good. How long does the concrete last in the truck? That's a good question, Ryzen. So concrete trucks. All right. So if you notice, obviously you notice the back, it turns, right? There's an auger, like a big corkscrew, built inside of that pot that's on the back of the cement mixer, right? That guy just took a dump. And the auger, when it's transporting the concrete, the mixed concrete, obviously if it just sat there, it would start curing, which is, you don't want that to harden. If concrete hardens inside of a cement mixer, that truck's a write-off, because you're never getting that thing off. You're never getting the concrete out of there. You have to replace the whole back. So just I've heard some nightmare stories. Second part is the auger in there, when the truck is moving, it spins counterclockwise. Or it spins in one direction. I'm not sure exactly which direction it is. It spins in one direction to keep stirring the concrete so it doesn't start hardening. And then when it gets to the site, it starts spinning in the other direction, and the auger moves in the other direction, and it basically pushes the concrete out. How long? I wouldn't leave it in there more than 12 hours. I wouldn't. I don't know anything about concrete. I wouldn't do that. I mean like this kind. Oh, the Banus one. This one. This is a better design. I think this is a better design every day of the week. That is a superior concrete or superior cement mixer design. Pretty much on all levels. It's about 4 to 5 hours. Yeah, I wouldn't leave it in there longer than like half of a day. People died trying to get set out concrete with a jackhammer. Yeah, no, yep. 90 minutes when the truck's filled. After that, trash it. Thanks, Dave. Right on. Yeah, the correct choice. This is a superior one on every level because all you do is drive up right to where you're pouring and then you're good to go. Yeah, this is a superior design. All the cement mixers around here are like that. Yeah, they're not these kind. Those kind are good, but that means you have to back up. The other one, you just drive forward to where you need to go and then you back out. Yeah, all the cement mixers around here are like that. Yeah, Tresca Brothers. These guys have a freaking fleet of these. I see like 40 of these going down the highway if you choose to drive down the highway. Yeah, they're all over the place. These guys are moving concrete left and right. That's the cement mixers around where I live. Oh. Hey, buddy. Hey, how you doing? What's up? Uh-oh. Titan's awake. EJ, I'm at the Space Coast right now. Last day in the U.S. before you head home. Oh. Hey, Buffers. You want some water? You thirsty? Hold on. Or I could just spill it all over myself. You know, that works too. If peeing your pants is cool, consider me Miles Davis. Here you go, Bubbas. Brimo has the water bowl in the car and she's not here, if you're wondering. We have a second water bowl for him up here. You okay? Don't choke. Here you go, buddy. I already had a Guinness. Bree brought me a Guinness today, dude. There you go, Babas. That's my boy. Yeah. Set up your bed. How you doing, Titan? Have a second one? Do you want me to stream all day? Because that's a great way to get me to go to sleep. You want to go sleepy? What are you doing? What are you doing? What? Guys, he put one of his Chewy toys in my boot. There's the sun in my boot. Yeah, he did, Peter, most likely. Coffee Guinness is very yummy. Yeah, he put the chew toys together. Yeah, he's gotten so much better, dude. Like, consider this. I mean, as I say this, he's gonna start barking again, which is fine. But I forgot he was here. Here you go, Bubba's. You want to go underneath? Go ahead. Go ahead. Get underneath there. Go ahead. The sun goes in the boot hole. That's right. Hey. Come here. Come on, up. Come on, get up. Up. Okay, give me your paw. Good boy. Here you go. Have a treat. Yeah. Sorry. Little bit of a break for space news here. Come on, get up here. Give me your paw. Titan, give me your paw. There you go. There you go. All right, give me your paw again. Come on, paw. There you go, Papas. Now this is space news you can get behind. All right. Give me your paw. Oh, he's a good boy. There you go. All right. Can you sit? Can you sit down? Sit down for me. There you go. Good boy. Good job. Good job. Chat loves you. What does Taito's dog tag say? It says Titan.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It says his name. Ragfear. Thank you. What's up, man? 8-month resub. It says his name. Why? What else would it say? Do you think the V2 boosters will have the engine skirt vents to release trapped air from re-entry? They'll probably have some kind of positive pressure vent, sure. Where's my buddy? Is that your son? Is this your son? Come on, get your son. Up. There you go. Did you get your son? I don't know, something cool like Titan 3E. No one would understand that, though. People would be like, why is his name Titan? He should have an EJSA badge. If I lived on the Space Coast, Sea Kraken, that would people would probably get it, but I don't think so. Oh, he's going in the garage. Crap. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I just got to make sure he doesn't get into something out there. Where are you going?
Really? Tranquility Base here.
Did you wait until I get up?
Get that good boy a trait.
I just did. Where'd he go? Hi, Dad. Okay. Okay. Stop knocking over things. Here you go, puppets. Okay.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Then get him another.
He just opened the door. He just opened the door. Hey, what are you doing? How'd you do that? He came back. Okay, anyway. I think I got all the space news. He has a key. I saw him jump up and push the door open. I'm not going to reward him for opening doors. What are you, nuts? I'm telling you, man, he's smart. He's a smart dog. Oh. Sewer Rat, thank you for the $15, though. I do appreciate it. Did you see the new Glenn link that you posted? Yes. That, let's... What are you doing? His ball went under the desk. I think. Where'd you put it? Where'd you put it? Oh, it rolled back. All right, here you go. What are you doing? You see that? Dude, he can use his hands. Did you see what he just did? He just grabbed the ball. That's what he does, man. All right, anyway. Kate, what's this footage that you got here? Let's see. This is from Jay. Jay posted this, not LSR. 7B4s. Here's the footage from the Eastern Range tracking cameras provided by NASA to NASA Spaceflight from a Freedom of Information Act request. He thinks he's people. Look at the rocket type. See it? You see it, buddy? Yeah. Yeah, I know. Here, look. Look, dude. See the engines? You're named after one of those. See? It's getting a little antsy. Oh, wow. This is great footage. Yeah, look at that. Man, it would have been cool if that thing landed on its first try. Here you go. Do you want... Fine. You don't want the ball? Whatever. Kind of bummed that it didn't. But, whatever. What's Blue not going to get it? Of course. If any... Dude, you might not... People might not like hearing this, but Blue does have a lot of experience landing boosters. It's just not boosters that come back from orbit, but landing a booster is landing a booster. It counts. It's not like landing one that comes from straight up is any different in terms of difficulty. Well, I'd say probably from orbital is probably a little bit more difficult, but not that much more. Great shots. That thing's a beast, dude. Flight 2 should be happening sooner rather than later, which is pretty cool. That's awesome footage. Kate, that actually reminded me. Do you have that, put his ball over there. Do you have that, do you have that, that Authorization Act thing? Okay. I would like to see that. I wanted to read through. Apparently, there's a new authorization act on the books. Yet, where are you going? I knew it. I said he's gotten. Oh, he came back. Oh, look, he came back. Hello, Buttles. Here, get under there. Under there. Go ahead. So the senators introduce a NASA Authorization Act. Now, we don't have any word on when Jared Isaacman is going to get confirmed. We thought it would be February, but, you know. But, you know. Somebody just hit the trailer. Somebody screwing around with the trailer? Anyway. But, here, let's see. So this is Marcia Smith. This is Space Policy Online. Hang on. I just have to get bearings on my K9. Went out in the garage again. I'll be right back. 1 second, and then we'll check that space policy thing. Sorry, guys. Sorry for all the interruptions. Oh. Come on. Come here, buddy. Hey, it's a good boy. All right, here. We're going to be in here for a little while. Here you go. There you go. There's your ball. Okay, I'm back. Let's take a look at this article here from Marcia Smith. Space Policy Online. Let's see what we got. Bipartisan group of senators introduced an authorization bill today that is similar to the one introduced in the closing days of the last Congress. The bill supports American leadership in space, including the Artemis program's return. Oh. This authorization act seems good from a quick browse. The bill supports American leadership in space, including the Artemis program, which is going to return astronauts to the moon and then go on to Mars. Leveraging private sector investment and other ongoing priorities. Last year's bill was too late. Yep. Oh. Wicker's still a co-member. Committed to refocusing NASA on its core priorities, championing space exploration, and ensuring American leadership on the final frontier. The committee highlighted these aspects of the 100-page bill. Support NASA's human spaceflight and exploration efforts to return American astronauts to the moon. Prepare for future journeys to Mars and develop the next generation of spacesuits. Interesting. Direct NASA to take steps to enable growth of a U.S.-led low Earth orbit destination and commercial space economy. Okay. Leverage private sector investment and partnerships to bolster human space exploration. Check Discord for further funding breakdown. Okay. All right. What do we got? $7.6, space 4.4, space technology 1.1, science 7.5, aeronautics 965, STEM 43, construction, environmental compliance and restoration, inspector general 50. Okay. That's not too bad. Evaluate cost caps associated with mission proposals to ensure the fair use of taxpayer dollars. Harmonize research and development of hypersonic technology, unmanned aircraft systems, and advanced air mobility across the Federal Aviation Administration and Department of Defense. Support vital life and physical science research to ensure that humans can safely explore deep space. Interesting. Protect Earth from asteroids and near-Earth objects through planetary defense. $25.47 billion for NASA in FY 2025. That's a little bit of an increase. Guys, this really... Kate, this... You skipped a couple. This is awfully vague. It could be good, it could be bad. I would really... this looks decent, I guess. I would say wait on a... Viper mentioned. Wait on a couple of... Oh, I can't even speak straight. This dog behind me is distracting. Wait on confirmation. This could go either way. It does look good, though. I'm not going to lie to you. Wait on admin confirmation. Bingo, Mayor. Sorry, I can't speak. Sorry, I get distracted by this EP boy. Hello. Hello, my buddy. Wow, that was in my mouth. No need to do that. Want kisses? Just ask. Give kisses. Give kisses? Good boy. Good boy. It's true. It just felt like a decent sign. I think Jim Bridenstine's endorsement of Rook for Senate, not for Senate, for NASA. Dude, my mind is destroyed. I don't know why. It can't be just Titan. I've had Titan here for Space News before, and I've been able to focus. Jim Bridenstine endorsed Rook for NASA administrator and said confirm him quickly, which that's the best news I've heard. Jim Bridenstine's a lobbyist for SLS and a former NASA administrator. He's basically the guy that got Artemis 1 figuratively and actually off the ground. Yeah, I would if he's saying it, that tells me everything that I need to know. Hey, Gas One, welcome to Mission Control. Your go at throttle up. I've lost my bearings. No, I haven't. They're right here. Oh, bearing. The other bearings are in the truck. You know, working.
Discovery, go at
Oscog,
throttle.
tier 2 57-month resub. Thank you. Is there anyone we could ask to see if it's coming up? I don't know many people on the DC side of things, dude. I feel like there's many things that trend toward the optimistic side rather than the dooming about SLS or being dead or whatever. I agree, Kate. The signs are there. It looks good. Every day we hear a little tidbit of information like this stuff here.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Just let 'em pet Titan. One pet equals $1 billion. Be funded in no time.
The more tidbits of information that we get, Kate, the more I think that this is really my theory about scaling up SLS seems to be more on the money than than you might think. I hope I'm right. I'm really pulling for that. He just wants pets. This boy loves pets. See, look at him. Look at how happy he is. He's just like, he deserves all the pets. He demands more pets. Oh. Hey, don't do that. Gentle. He's like, it's too hot in here, Dad. You want the chair? You can have the chair. That's fine. Bother me. Come on. Get up. What are you doing? Get up here. Now he sat down underneath the desk. Okay. All right, fine. You want to stay there? That's fine. That's fine, Babas. All right. So, yeah. We get a little bit more good news, you know. Every little tidbit of information that I'm hearing, Cade, trends in the right direction, which is great. That's really good. That's what we want. Like, I just want more space flight. You know, I'm just I try to come up with an opinion that at least I think is somewhat relevant to what's going on and kind of grounded in reality. Hopefully not grounded in reality, though. You know what I mean?
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Let's just make this a Titan stream till the launch. Oh my dog.
He sat down. Did I teach Titan tricks? A little bit. It's been rough just holding in the same spot for months. Yep. Anyway, guys, I do believe that that's all the space news we got. It didn't take very long. There wasn't particularly a lot. Like, here's less spaceflight news, even if it has a Mars. You already linked this. All right, what's on your mind? I can't play that music. It'll get DMCA'd. Oh, they're gonna take it apart, aren't they? Yeah. Philippine Mars is a World War II. It's a World War II era plane. They're taking it apart because the airframe is. What was the reason, Sea Kraken? It's heading to Pima. Well, that's good. Well, I knew it was headed to a museum. That's good. They're shipping it to Pima. I think it's one of two things. The airframe is too old, or there's not enough parts to keep it flying.
Discovery,
They parted it to keep other ones flying. If I'm remembering right, I could be getting it confused with another plane. This one is going in a museum. These are long-range reconnaissance flying boats that were made during World War II. It's World War II spec, which is pretty cool. Yes, come to Coltech. Hey, Everest, tier 1 6 months in advance. Thank you. Some photos in a cool vid. Okay. Oh, Novus, there you go. Oh, yeah. Check Discord. Hopefully EJ sees my previous message. So you tagged me on stream to tell me to check your Discord, and then told me to check your last message without tagging me, Trey, to check my Discord for the Discord DM that you sent me. Just want to make sure I got that all figured out correctly. Thank you for letting me know, man. I'm just busting your chops, dude. Don't worry about it. I'll check it in a second. Yeah, great memo. Did you get that memo? All right, I'll check it in a moment. I want to see this. Yeah. Look at that baby crane. Yeah. What's tending to it? Let me see. I think it was a telescoping crane. Yeah, just a little telescoper. No, Dan, I've never seen that. Cool though. Cool job. I mean, how old is the freaking manual to take this thing apart, huh? Come on, turn right. Go in. No, don't fly through. Go inside. We want to see inside the dang thing. Is this a drone or a really tall person? Yes. Yeah, they're undoing the outer wings, and then they'll undo the wing box. Let's see. They're going to pull the wing box? Maybe the wing box doesn't come apart. Interesting. Man, it's got some reach. Yeah. Did you see the 360-degree picture of the SS United States? No, I didn't, and I don't want to. Every time I see that ship, I get annoyed. I don't need to be annoyed today. I don't need to be annoyed today. All right, Trey, let's see what we got. What do you got teed up here? Why? Here we go. Reaffirmation of the Space Launch System. I'm sorry. Some of the noises this dog makes just gets me, dude. He sounds like a clicker sometimes from Last of Us. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Here. I took the sound suppressor off. Come on. Say the line, Bart. What's wrong?
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Bork.
Whatever. We'll leave it off just to be sure. Support for the development of for the full development of capabilities for the Space Launch System is set forth in Section 302C and NASA Authorization Act of 22. I hate that. Okay, Hibbit. All right, so that's good. Reaffirmation of the SLS. They want so SLS has congressional support, right? That's good. They want to keep SLS, which is a good thing. Sorry, this just popped up in the feed here. I don't really have much more space news. I'm just interested. Okay, I'm not giving that any more airtime. That's what I thought that was. All right, cool. Not giving that any more airtime than it needs. They can piss off. How about that? We're about to get some Reddit tier opinions in that, Fred. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Am I right or am I right? Okay. Lots of opinions, I bet. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and skip that one. Repost. I was muted while you're talking about that bill. Is it bad? No, not too bad. Yeah, I don't... Yeah. Anyway. I saw you grimacing a little bit. Wasn't sure. Yeah. Huge for Dawn Aerospace. What do you got? Dawn Aerospace, they're working on... They're working on hypersonic transportation, if I'm remembering correctly. You've got something. Train. Hey, NASA number 3. Cool. Nice picture. That's disgusting. Using imagery of people losing their lives for space exploration to try and shut the door on what they gave their lives for. Yeah. Yeah, I got a word for them. It rhymes with puck, and then, you know, off comes after it. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, what's this thing with Dawn? Yeah, Uncle, it's just disgusting people. Disgusting people that... Yeah. Actually, dude, I gotta... You know, I get it. Sweeping generalizations. You shouldn't judge people by them by their cover, etc., etc. I guarantee you the people that wrote that are useless. Useless. Yeah. Useless. Like, you've strayed so far off the path. You... And then there's Tom Spakowski. He's useless. Gone. Anyway, our high-altitude license is now updated, officially permitting payload flights on Aurora. The license paves the way for more frequent, reliable, cost-effective suborbital access. Big thanks to New Zealand Space, the New Zealand Space Agency, for their support to make it happen. Excellent. You should watch that video. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Novus. Yes. Anyway, we're talking a lot about SLS. Let's see. What do we got here? I got to mute the music just to be sure. YouTube will claim anything, dude. Oh, is this a time lapse of SRB stacking? Oh, I think it is. Oh. Just listen to the sultry sounds of Starbase Live. I got something that'll make you feel better. No, I'm good. I want to watch SRBs getting stacked. Yes. Yeah. Why are there birds in the VAB? There actually is birds in the VAB. More. Cool Aeon R gimbally. We saw that footage, Kate, when we watched the relativity video. Oh, I asked my dad about that. My dad's a machinist by trade, and I asked him why they were using such a wide cutting face on their billet, the billet stringers for relativity. He said they're doing it to save time. They're doing it quick, which is very interesting. That's very telling. You know what? Hold on. I got music for this. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you stacked that segment. Freaking memories, though, dude. There should be 4 being assembled simultaneously. Seacracken, if they're gonna do, this is what I mean, dude. If they're gonna do what I think they're going to do, that maybe not 4, but 2 being assembled at the same time is a very distinct possibility. You guys, you gotta remember, NASA pulled the High Bay 1 RFP. They pulled the High Bay 1 RFP. They want, okay, what does that mean in plain English? They want High Bay 1 for SLS. That's what that means. And how I would do it, retool High Bay 1 for SLS Block 1B and Mobile Launcher 2. And then when that's good to go, retool High Bay 3 for Block 1B as well. Now, what they're going to do with ML1, I don't know. I have no idea. Scrap it. Make another one. In fact, if it was up to me, I'd be telling Bechtel to make 2 ML2s at this point, but whatever. You're paying enough for it already, might as well. It's certainly going to be double the price at this point, but hey, whatever. This is in High Bay 3. You can tell it's a 3 because of the way it is. So High Bay 1 and High Bay 3 are facing east. High Bay 2 and High Bay 4 are facing west. Did you see on the Crew 10 cast they announced that Artemis 2 is targeting February 2026 and they're hoping to get it rolled out by the end of the year? I would say that's very realistic at this point, Kevin. How long would it take them to make ML3? Not nearly as long. Building it the second time always goes quicker than the first time. In fact, you're paying all that money for Bechtel to build that stupid thing. Build 3 of them. I'm not even kidding. No, it's not going to cost $1 billion a pop for the second and third one. Because, guys, all right, an important thing to understand is that for that second mobile launcher, which Bechtel, who's known for underbidding on contracts, right? They got awarded the contract. Bechtel took it with who's known for underbidding on contracts for building a mobile launcher that for a rocket that doesn't exist. You want to know why? You want to know part of the reason why ML2 costs so much freaking money? It's because they're designing a launch pad for a vehicle that doesn't exist. That's why. It's very hard to do that when you're building it around a vehicle that doesn't exist. Block 1B doesn't exist, guys. The EUS doesn't exist yet. I mean, maybe soon. Right? You want to know why? They also have weight limits. The Crawler Transporter 2 can only move 16 million pounds. Now, I know 16 million pounds. Well, yeah. 8 million of that is the rocket. And remember, you got to move the mobile launcher as well. The mobile launcher, the thing that's designed to hold the 8 million pound rocket. Bechtel is designing a mobile launcher for a rocket that doesn't exist when they have an upper weight limit and they don't know the mass of the rocket. So they're trying to build one of the heaviest mobile structures ever devised by man. Or one of the biggest mobile vehicles of all time. The mobile launchers. They're trying to make one as light as the damn vehicle that they're launching. For a vehicle that doesn't exist. Consider that, then consider that the contract overran by $700 million. I would say, yeah, Bechtel is not above blame. They're notorious for underbidding on contracts, but also at the same time, anybody that told me that the Mobile Launcher 2 contract would cost $340 million out of the gates is an idiot. No, there's not a chance in hell. So, once again, build a bunch of those things. That took a crazy amount of time to get that thing built and ready to go. Build more, please. Build more. Also, nose cone stacking is pretty sweet. Oh, yeah. Nice. Are you making excuses for Bechtel? No, not at all. It's a perfect storm of fail. Manfu. I also think those SRBs are pointy enough. So guess what? After all the SRBs are stacked, guess what comes next? Oh, yeah. Crane rental alone, the Sarin CC 8800 is about $300K a month. Nice. And then guess what comes after that? Oh, yeah. February 2026 would be my guess. And then ULA also moved the ICPS from the Delta Operations Center to the VAB. They moved it the other day. So there's that. I hope Jared is getting prepped in his off time and is watching you. We need your plan. Orion handover to EGS in April. And frick February 2026. Launch this thing in the summer. Let's go. I know that's like a big no-no. Probably shouldn't do that, but also relativities. See, this was already linked to the gimbal footage, guys, but I thought it was the same gimbal footage as before. It's definitely not. It's new. The Aeon R. Oh. This is Aeon R firing footage. Come on, wiggle a little bit more. What are you, shy? Come on, little buddy. Come on. Wiggle a little bit more. For the most part, Hellfish, yeah. Hey, come on. Wiggle around for us a little bit more. There you go. Heat shield fixes? There is no mechanical heat shield fix, Mike, for Artemis 2. Artemis 2 is flying a different trajectory. That was their solution for to prevent cracking on their blocked Avcoat heat shield. That was their solution. Fly a different trajectory. I don't like that. And then they're redesigning the heat shield blocks for Artemis 3. I don't know, Kate. Not sure. Do we know if that works? Is it a heat flux issue or a total heat problem? It's the actual mechanical structure of the heat shield, Sea Kraken. That's the problem. The Apollo heat shield was made out of honeycombs. They had a fiberglass honeycomb lattice on the bottom of the heat shield, and then each one of those lattices, which is about a half inch, they manually filled with Avcoat, right? That lattice structure is there to prevent or to regulate. What's the right way to say it? It keeps ablation uniform. That's what it does. Now, heat shield nowadays are made in blocks of Avcoat or pica or whatever. And they tried to do a block heat shield for Orion, and then on Artemis 1, what happened was the blocks have seams, right? If you just Google a picture of a heat shield, here. This is not Orion's heat shield. This is Perseverance's heat shield, but same idea. You see these blocks right here. That's what those are. Orion, because it's coming back and slamming into the atmosphere going 25,000 miles an hour, what happens is the pressure builds up in these cracks and it starts cracking. The pressure goes into these cracks and it causes microfractures behind the block, and the block has trouble adhering, right? So it ablates from the inside out. That was the problem. And it causes charring. It'll cause charring on the backside of the heat shield, and pieces of these blocks will come off. That's what happened on Orion. So I'd have to say heat flux probably is, it's more that, but it's kind of like, yes, kind of that, but no, it's the mechanical structure of the heat shield. It's actually how it's put together. Apollo doesn't do that. Apollo used a fiberglass honeycomb. I saved a picture specifically for these types of conversations. There it is. So if you look, these hexagons are fiberglass, right? They had a fiberglass structure with basically aluminum behind it, right? All these little dividers in there, right? And then they injected the Avcoat with a caulking gun into each one of those. There's like 50,000 of them. They did it by hand, which is all right. And because the way the hexagons fit together, the cracks were so small compared to the blocked heat shield, right? That this thing never charred. It never charred. It ablated very uniform. The only reason you see charring of the structure right there is because they cut this out. They cut this out of something. But, so why did they throw out what works? That's always been my criticism, dude. So EFT-1, from what I understand, the Orion test flight, which was basically a heat shield test in 2014, had, for all intents and purposes, a copy of the Orion heat shield, and it worked just fine. The problem is that, well, this is what the engineer said when we heard this press when we heard about this. He said that they didn't have the industrial base to make something like that. What they did have the industrial base for is making blocked Avcoat because of Perseverance and Orion and everything, or not Orion, Perseverance and Curiosity, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what they had experience in. So they said, oh, we'll just do that because we have experience here. We'll just use that type of heat shield architecture. Now that, I will say this, at the time, I probably said, oh yeah, good idea. Good idea. Like if I'd known, I would have been like, yeah, that's a smart call. Use what you know, right? But also at the same time, that block structure is why it's breaking. So somebody, after a test, decided to redesign. And then they said, oh, it's okay. This was in 2015, right? And they said, oh, it's okay. Artemis 1 will fly in 2017, so we'll test it again there. Artemis 1 didn't fly until 2022. And they tested it, and it came apart. Now, see, Kraken, that's always been my criticism. There isn't a market for making capsule heat shields that are designed for a translunar injection with Earth entry interface, right? There's not, basically coming back from the moon. Their rationale or their reasoning there was like, oh, well, there's no industry for this. Well, like, okay, here's the thing, right? Pardon me, I don't know more than NASA. I don't. I'm just a guy that streams on Twitch. I understand this. My legitimate question is, why don't you make the industry? Apollo, because when the Apollo program existed, there was a market for, trans-Earth injection, Earth entry interface, heat shields. No, they figured it the frick out. Actually, you don't even need to figure it the frick out. Just make the industry. You telling me you can't come up with a couple of robotic arms that mechanically inject every single freaking honeycomb thing there, and you couldn't like 3D print, like laser sinter a structure, like laser sinter an aluminum structure to replicate the honeycomb? Like we couldn't do that? Really? We couldn't come up with a solution there. The solution was just no, use the other thing that works. That's designed for entry interface on Mars, which is a completely different re-entry profile. That was the solution. I mean, once again, we have the benefit of hindsight, but also at the same time, I don't know, man. Make the industry. Yeah, of course there's no industry for people coming back from the moon. We haven't done it in 50 years. How about we reestablish the industry? How about we do that? Remember the last time on the subject, we found honeycomb on the open market. Yeah, I know. Orion is big. It's so? Who cares? If you're going to test something for new humans, either test it more or don't use it in my books. Yeah, guys, it's a little frustrating, but this is what happens when... I'll be honest, guys, like... When you're running a hardware lean program, basically making the minimal amount of hardware that you need to, like SLS and Orion, you do not refactor... like, refactoring... Changing the heat shield design? No. You don't do that. That's not smart. That's the type of thing you do if you're SpaceX and one of your starships just exploded on re-entry. Okay, modify the heat shield for the next one, which is what they did. You don't do a redesign like that. Yeah, I don't agree with it. Like, but once again, I don't. My opinion means dick. First of all. Second of all, I don't know if I had known that at the time that they were going to switch to a block Avcoat design, that I would have been like, no, don't do that. The only reason I know why that's a bad idea is because of Artemis 1. Yeah, you know, and maybe you can get the blocked heat shield to work. You probably can, but at this point, it's not an off-the-shelf application. If you're modifying something that's off the shelf to work specifically for your application, it's not off the shelf anymore. You know what I mean? So why not just make the honeycomb? Just go back to the honeycomb lattice. You know that works. Like, why do you keep linking the streamlined train, Sewer Rat? You've linked it like 4 times. Why? Just look at this again and feel good. I'm fine. I'm explaining things to what. But I like trains, dude. That's a great picture. I'm trying to stay focused here on Spaceflight, which is tough to do today because I'm having a Monday, apparently, and also Doug behind me. But I linked it once. You've linked the train like 4 times, dude. I've clicked on it every time. If Orion was able to do the testing regime it was supposed to, i.e. Ares, this wouldn't have been a problem. Correct. I mean, Seacracken, there is a very good reason why the 2010 NASA Authorization Act was disastrous for NASA and has set NASA back at least 20 years. At the very least. Yeah. Yeah. Getting rid of Constellation. That was a disaster. A disaster of epic proportions. And don't let anybody try and dissuade you. That was a really stupid thing to do. Now, one could make the argument that we got a bolstering private sector because of it. The contract that basically saved SpaceX was part of the Constellation program. Sorry. Commercial Orbital Transport Services, Commercial Crew Transport Capabilities, CCT CAP, and COTS were part of the Constellation program. When they canceled Constellation, they just kept that part and said, look, this is the alternative. No, it's not an alternative. It's just you looking for... There was an excuse to gut NASA, which was stupid. Stupid. NASA has been dealing with the repercussions of getting rid of Constellation for a very long time. NASA screwed their entire industrial base. Like the whole, and all the technicians. Dude, that's the real worst part about it. Getting rid of Constellation got rid of all the people that know how to work on these things. You know, don't get me wrong. We got a new crop of engineers, right? You know, SpaceX has gotten a lot of people involved in aerospace engineering, which is great. We got a new crop of engineers, but we got a new crop of engineers with no experience. Getting rid of the shuttle and getting rid of Constellation, basically all of that advanced knowledge that we had about relatively routine spaceflight, NASA threw out the window. Yeah, bad idea. That was a really stupid thing to do. Is there any way we can bring back Ares 1? No, Seacracken, I wouldn't bring back Ares 1 at this point. What a waste. It's a waste of time. Dude, you have commercial alternatives. Okay, hear me out. Check this out. You get frick Block 1B SLS, make Block 1C, put New Glenn's upper stage up there, up on top of SLS, with a 10-meter cargo fairing on top of that, and have the 7-meter stage ride on top of the core stage, very similar to how an Atlas V 500 does, using a 10-meter inner stage with a forward load reactor on the top of the stage, right? And then a 10-meter fairing on top of that. Simultaneously, You could also keep the universal stage adapter, put the universal stage adapter up there, and put an Orion on top of that if you really wanted to. I would modify the universal stage adapter for a 10-meter diameter, 10 meter to Orion's 5.4, whatever. That is a lot of redesign, but I understand that redesign would take a crazy amount of analysis. But you do that well, you take Orion and you put it on New Glenn. Use New Glenn as your Ares 1. It makes sense. New Glenn has a crew access tower at Slick 36. It is the right diameter, first stage lands, reusable, and it can put an Orion into low Earth orbit easily. Use New Glenn as your Ares 1. Redesign SLS to use a New Glenn upper stage. That way you have commonality between Orion and your upper stage. And then put Blue's lander on top of it. So you have a SLS, our proverbial SLS Block 1C with BOLE boosters on it, carbon, core stage, 4 Rs 25Es, a New Glenn upper stage on top of it for a high energy transfer with Blue's lander, their SLD lander on top of that, and Orion on top of that. Boom. Boom. Launch that thing 4 times a year. I understand that, anybody that knows anything about aerospace is like, dude, that's a lot of analysis. Yeah, okay. Okay, great. At least it's a plan. What the hell do we have now? What we have now is like... Hypothetical here, would it be viable for NASA to purchase a Falcon 9 equipment, personnel, and launch facilities from SpaceX after Starship is fully operational? That'd be kind of cool, Pigzig. I don't see why not. As an RL-10 fanatic, I can't be on board with this plan, but it's probably a good plan. Siret, B3s are RL-10s on steroids, man. New Glenn's upper stage has 2 expander cycle motors that make 600 kilonewtons each. Hydrolox. What are you, crazy? That's like an S1. Dude, that's an S4B on steroids. With an expander cycle. It's even more efficient than a J2. It's better than an RL-10. Come on, get with the times, man. That's the neat part. There isn't one. New Glenn is in testing. Well, what is SLS? I know, but my RL-10, yeah, whatever. Vulcan's going to use RL-10 for this foreseeable future. I wouldn't worry about it. Anyway, that's my idea. I understand that that's not like, oh, well, why don't you just do this? Like, rocket science isn't about, well, why don't you just do this? I get it. Can we do this with SLS? What is this? No. What are you doing? Seacracker, what is this? What are you doing here?
But there were other possibilities. Boosters could be theoretically added to the core stage. And then we could even stack an Energear M core stage on top of that.
You don't need to do that, dude. We don't need all this. The SRBs are good enough, dude. You don't need to do. I mean, there's Energear M right there, which is a vehicle. You don't need to do it. You don't need to do this. The SRB produces, SLS's SRBs produce like double the thrust of that thing. Actually, quadruple the thrust of that thing. So one 5-segment booster, the ones that we just saw being stacked, is 4. Or actually, no, it is 2. It is 2 of those. 4 total.
Theoretically added to the core stage. And then we could even stack an Energear M core stage.
So you have 8 there, all right? You have 8 there. That's 2 SRBs and a good high energy core stage would basically obliterate this. I meant SLS core stage with a single RS-25 second stage. No. What? No. No. What? RS-25s don't have air starting paraphernalia. That second stage that you redesigned would need to have chines like Super Heavy does. Fun fact. Or you store your COPVs internally. Yeah, you can't air start an RS-25. That's why I say BE3Us. But, I don't know. You're just dreaming then. It's all good, man. It's okay to do that. Look at him. He's eepy. He's eepy. Look at the eepy boy. Yeah, there's a puppy near my boot. You know, it would be cool, but would never happen. Factor upper stage for SLS. Can you believe that? Dude, how ridiculous would that be? You have a single gimbalable vacuum raptor in the second stage. That would be nuts. That would absolutely be insane. I mean, SpaceX would never do it. There's no point in doing that. Just got a black lab puppy last week. Hands and arms are all torn up. I'm a meatsicle. Yeah, that happens. Use HLS as a space tug. Yeah, I mean, that would be my ideal solution, guys. I don't think that's what's going to happen. But, yeah, who knows? Would an F1 side booster be a good idea for SLS if they got the manufacturing working? Yeah, I mean, sure, thousands, that would be, that could be useful, but also at the same time, you know, F1 side booster, is it a good idea if you got the manufacturing? We already have the manufacturing for all the SRBs. And Northrop Grumman is working on carbon composite SRB casings, which have even more thrust than the current ones that fly on SLS, and they're way lighter, way lower mass fraction. You get way more throw that way. Dude, I'm telling you, a new Glen upper stage on top of SLS, woo, woo, mama, that would be pretty good. Yeah, Bob, that would be nice. EFT1 did use the honeycomb. They had some manufacturing defects come from that, namely cracking after cure in lower mechanical strengths, lower than allowable. The block design was the fix for the honeycomb. Interesting. I mean, Novus, it might be a little bit of confirmational bias, but also at the same time, if you're having manufacturing defects, why not just fix the manufacturing? I mean, honest question. I mean, just putting it out there. Like, it's just... So, Novus, here's my thing. Dude, once again, you know me. I know a good bit about this stuff, a good amount of this stuff, but dude, honestly, if there was a heat shield that was made by me, I wouldn't fly on it. You know what I mean? Like, why not remove the Orion heat shield and bring people back on Starship? Because more rockets, more better. Heat shield with honeycomb is so old. Yeah, BMO, it's so old, but it works. It works. So, like, Novus, here's what I kind of don't get. Like, they saw this, you know, they saw that, you know, oh, this is going to be too complicated to manufacture. I understand that. So their solution was to change the entire mechanical properties of the heat shield. Somewhere along the line, okay, like, I guess what I'm trying to say is that I find it very hard to believe that the solution there was to redesign the entire, all of the mechanical properties of the heat shield. So like how it was put together, like the actual structure, the actual physical architecture of the heat shield, right? You're going to redesign all of that, and that is a better solution than figuring out manufacturing defect problems on the thing that you already made. Dude, like, I'm sorry, man, like, what am I missing? Because that's a big red flag. That's a big red flag for me, right? You have a test flight. This test flight showed this. This is happening, right? You're going to redesign the entire architecture of the heat shield from there to the block design, right? And then what? When are you going to test this heat shield again? Like, the solution is to test the heat shield for Artemis 1? What if it doesn't work? The next flight has humans on it. Then you're screwed. They did a trade, and the block saved cost, schedule, and weight. Combined with the defects they saw during the honeycomb manufacturing not performing to the requirements yielded that new design. Page 4. All right, let me see. Thank you for digging this out. I'm curious. Let me take a look. Post-flight analysis of the EFT-1 determined that all the critical test objectives were met, including the performance of the heat shield. The heat shield performed within expectations and was removed from the return command module capsule for a further evaluation shown in Figure 7. Post-flight assessment of the EFT-1 heat shield was performed by NASA, and the results were provided to the EM-1 heat shield team to support margin and capability evaluations for design improvements to meet the deep space mission reentry requirements. The EFT-1 flight test objectives for the heat shield contain 3 goals, including thermal protection system, thermal structural performance during reentry environments, TPS thermal structural performance during launch and on-orbit environments, structural performance during splashdown loads, and structural performance during splashdown loads. The heat shield was in good shape overall after the mission and responded as expected for normal reentry and landing conditions. During the manufacturing of the EFT-1 heat shield, before the flight test, 2 manufacturing defects were realized and were assessed as acceptable for a flight test. The first defect was cracking of the avcode heat shield in the gore seams after post-curing process, and the second defect was witness panel mechanical strengths lower than the designed allowables. Pre-flight root cause analysis did not determine a definite cause for either of the defects, and the EFT-1 heat shield was determined to have adequate margins for the flight test. What the hell? All right, dude, there's several things in that paragraph that I don't like. Novus, you tell me, am I thinking about this wrong? They didn't even bother figuring out why those mechanical defects happened? You didn't even bother. They just sent it and then just wrote off the whole thing? Witness panels are test samples. But why would you do this way? I do. The first defect was cracking the avcode heat shield in the gore seams after the post-cure processing. And the second defect was witness panel, mechanical strengths lower than the design allowables. The test samples had mechanical problems? What? Why? Dude, I haven't forgotten that whole systems engineering thing. Why would you do this way? Why would you, okay, it's within... Pre-root cause analysis did not determine a definite cause for either of the defects. Why would you fly this if you're looking for a baseline? What are you doing? Am I stupid? Like, am I not reading it? I mean, I might be stupid. Like, let's be real. Once again, I ain't no engineer, but I can read. Good-ish. They tried to, but that says they couldn't nail it down. My speculation is that they probably didn't chase it because it was acceptable for their environments. Yeah, Novus, I understand that part, dude. And thank you for humoring me. I really appreciate it, man. I'm sorry you got to deal with my heathen tale here for a little while. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Okay, acceptable for their environments. This is a baseline for your heat shield for all future Orion missions. Why would you not do your due diligence here? I don't understand. I attended the school for the kids who can't read good and want to learn how to do other things good as well. Producibility trades were conducted on the fabrication and installation processes of the Apollo Heritage heat shield approach, indicating significant benefits of weight and cost reduction opportunities. Producibility trades, you had a bunch of people say that I can make this better. Yeah, that's great. You can make it better. But you that's fine. You can make it better. Great. Who gives a Who cares? Who cares if you can make it better? It's about it working, not whether you can make it better. Your producibility study, what are you talking about? You don't know what it takes to have a heat shield come back from the moon. Producibility study? The hell does that mean? Playoffs? 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 What playoffs? You're talking about winning another game. Playoffs? 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 What? Why would this? Oh God! The heck is an aluminum falcon? What do you mean the rebels blew up the Death Star? I just, what? You're baselining a heat shield that's going to be the future heat shield for all Orion crafts, and you just like, nah, it didn't work, but it kind of did, but it didn't. Let's fly it anyway. We'll figure it out. You know, that's great, producibility trades. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to undermine the producibility trades here, dude, but what do you mean producibility trades? Hold up. Am I not thinking about that right, dude? Producibility, who gives a frick about your producibility trade if it doesn't work? If flight data is king, why would you, and your only flight data here for this type of heat shield is the Apollo missions. That means they weighed pros and cons of this design versus the other designs. My thought is that these defects would have started cropping up with more units. Yeah, Novus, I get it. I understand that. You know, yeah, maybe. And once again, the whole thing that I was saying here is that it's easy to say it in hindsight. What if the block heat shield worked? If the block heat shield had worked, we wouldn't even be having this conversation now, would we? Right? Like, but I don't really understand why you would, you know, the pros and cons. The cons of this is that you know, okay, so the pros of this is that you'd have a heat shield that's easier to make. The cons of this is that you have a heat shield that's could potentially be harder to make, but it works, right? But it would be harder to make, and it might have defects later. The pros is that you redesign the entire heat shield that's easier to make, and it's less likely to have a defect. But that heat shield design is based off of nothing you've ever used for lunar entry insertion. Or for trans-Earth injection entry interface. You've never did that. That type of heat shield's never been used for that. So do something that will work, but might have some manufacturing defects. That's harder to make, or do something that's easier to make, that won't have any manufacturing defects, but it might not work. I kind of see how that could go one way or the other. Am I thinking about that right? Read the bottom. You ignore my last sentence. Well, BMO, you don't tag me. If you don't tag me, I'm going to assume you're not talking to me. And also, when you talk like William Shatner, it kind of becomes harder to read. Maybe they wanted to make other EFTs, and for this one, they also were testing the whole Orion besides the shield. No, this was just a dud capsule with a heat shield, Yuri. Program determined the EFE1 heat shield design would be updated using an Avcoat block configuration bonded to a carbon skin and titanium skeleton structure for the EM missions. And now, guys, like, here's the honest truth. I don't mind. You want to use a block heat shield? Sure, that's fine. But these decisions were made. Knowing that you really only have one flight to get this right. Novus, I guess that's what my thing is, right? There's EFT1, and then you have Artemis 1, and then people are on Artemis 2, and that's it. You better get your heat shield figured out by then. If this was like Ares 1X, Ares 1Y, you had some test flights, you tested the heat shield out, you know, you send an Orion to the space station, etc., right? Then maybe I'd get it. I'd get making this decision. That'd get you some good flight data on your heat shield, so you know, right? But it doesn't. It doesn't. You after EFT1, you have one flight to get this correct. I'll take manufacturing defects in a heat shield that works over an easier to make heat shield that you don't know works. Like, I guess the rationale behind the decision makes no sense to me. This paper's heating up EJ to re-entry temperatures. I'm trying to understand. I suppose I get what they're trying to do. I just don't. Dude, I wouldn't do this way. But then again, I can play Kerbal. You know, like, I get it. Like, I don't. This very much seems like, and once again, we have the benefit of hindsight here. This very much seems like, you know, maybe they're cash strapped or something, and they're like, okay, this will work. It'll be cheaper, you know. I just don't really understand why you'd rebaseline your entire heat shield because of some manufacturing defects that you didn't even bother to go and figure out.
Discovery.
Heat
Go
shields are
with
much
throttle up.
stronger with the titanium skeleton. Yeah, apparently not, BMO. You saw a used heat shield. Yeah, I've seen them too. I mean, I get it. Like, yeah, don't they have funding for a ton of testing? Yeah, Usopp, that's. I think that I'll never be able to prove it. I'm pretty sure that's what denoted these decisions. Like, I get it, but just put Tough Rock up there. Yeah, maybe. Anyway. Interesting. Hypothetical interpretation. Build it like Apollo did not test well enough to go for it as the more expensive complex option over a block option. Yeah. Yeah, 1,000. I think that's my biggest problem with this. You're going to fly 4 astronauts on this heat shield knowing it has the potential to come apart, and your solution is to fly a different trajectory. And that's exactly what I mean about this whole thing. That's what I mean about this whole problem. You redesign the heat shield. You redesigned the heat shield when you knew you had one flight to get it right. I wouldn't, in any other scenario, if there's like 2 or 3 uncrewed flights, or any other way to get a ton more data, or even another EFT mission, maybe EFT2, to test this redesigned heat shield, right? This decision makes perfect sense, because then you can adjust and you can redesign, etc., etc. You're going to put people on this thing when you know it doesn't work, and your solution is to fly a different trajectory. Now, don't get me wrong, that should mitigate the problems, because it's only at certain points during reentry where the heat flux into the heat shield and cracking happens. It's only certain parts of it. And the Artemis 1 capsule did come back fine. Did come back fine means that, yeah, just because it came back fine once doesn't mean it's going to do it twice. You know? Wildcard, printed titanium metallic thermal protection system. We've had these issues in manufacturing. There have been a few times when scrapped and we did something else, but not until after we brought in an old timer to put max effort into making it work. Yeah. The first time they ever did the skip trajectory, that was never done even before on Apollo flights. I don't know, Yuri, that's another thing. I don't understand the difference. What's different between this and Apollo? Every Apollo mission skipped off the atmosphere. They did that to keep the heat, to cool the heat shield off, so they didn't introduce too much heat into the heat shield. Every Apollo mission did that. What did NASA said? Oh, this is the first time we're doing this ever. What's the difference? All right, what do you mean? Apollo planned the skip but never actually used it. Of course they did. They skipped off the atmosphere. They did that to, dude. Unless I've just been Mandela affected, which is possible, right? Like, it was considered too untested to risk lives on.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Am I? Hi, Edmana. 113 months in honor of the MiG-23, aka YF-113, is flown by the Red Hats at Groom Lake. Am I stupid? Because that's what this is. Apollo 11's reentry. These are the reentry phases for Apollo 11. Is that not a skip? I really don't understand. So they did this to make sure that the time in the atmosphere, the time of the heat, so that the heat shield basically cools off here on that ballistic lob. Did the capsule spin too? Yes, of course. What? I don't know. I just know what NASA was saying. Yeah, Yuri, they said that during Artemis 1 when it re-entered, and I was like, what are you talking about? You've done this many. What do you guys mean? This is Apollo's reentry trajectory. Is that not a skip? Is there like some technical thing that's like, well, this isn't actually a skip. It's a PIX. It's different. It's the, now using NASA's technical, analysis of metric monkey bananas from 1967. This is actually not a skip. Is that what we're talking about here? Yeah, it's a bounce, not a skip. Is like that the difference? Like, I don't understand. How is that different than what Orion did? It's a metric monkey bananas. But it goes up. I don't. Look at the Apollo 8. It goes up. Is this not a skip? What is this? What is this? Explain yourself, chat. It's a hop, skip, and a jump. See? Skip. It's right in the name. It's right in the name, man. Can you imagine how much is the speed with when you use the heat shield? 23 to 25,000 miles an hour, depending on lunar lunar parasynthion. It could be 23 to 25, depending on what your ejection angle from the moon is. Actually, once again, it is entirely dependent on how low you are on your lunar orbit. Lunar parasynthion, or paraloon. Maybe Artemis 1 skipped more higher and spent more time outside of the atmosphere. I don't know, man. It's a cross between Kentucky bluegrass and Sinsemilla. I don't know, dude. It certainly looks like a skip to me. The ballistic lob thing, there's that whole edge of atmosphere. The pressure on the heat shield is crazy high. Yeah, I know. I know, Bimoto. I get it. I know how heat shields work, dude. I understand. Apollo did this. Apollo's the fastest people have ever gone. Apollo 10 hit entry interface at 25,000 miles an hour. It's the fastest that humans have ever gone ever by a long shot. That heat shield worked. You should probably use that one. Use that one because it works. I don't know what the trajectory is for Artemis 2, Yuri. I have no idea. They said we're going to fly on a different trajectory. I don't know what that different trajectory is, and I don't know how it differs. The Apollo never exited the atmosphere, so it continued to be heated.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Artemis went exo-atmospheric on the skip, so it cooled. But the... See, spoiled, I get it. It's just bullcrap technicality, right? Like, look, Apollo... What's the edge of the atmosphere? See, this is something stupid. Like, oh, the atmosphere is 52 miles up, and now it's 62 miles. This is something dumb. Can you link me the graph? Which graph? I don't know. Also, metric monkey bananas. The one you're on right now. It's just Google Apollo reentry trajectory. It's like the second result. It's Cloudflare. It's behind Cloudflare, dude. It's ResearchGate. It's behind Cloudflare. Like, linking it here is just going to piss off their Cloudflare thing, so I'm not going to do it. Yeah, here's the other one. If you want me to, I mean, spoiled, just link this, right? But no, I mean, I get what you're saying. I see it. Like, this doesn't bounce completely out of the atmosphere, right? But There's plenty of documentation that says that they do. I don't know. I don't know, man. Whatever. Either way, I really hope they get this right. I don't really like a redesigned heat shield flying for the first time with people on board. That's not cool. But you know, Seacracken, you said it best in the beginning. If we didn't get rid of Constellation, this wouldn't even be a problem right now. Bimoda, I don't really understand what point you're trying to make. You're just talking about, you know, certain parts of the heat shield being hotter than others. I know. The problem with the Block Orion heat shield is that it's not getting hot in the place where they want it to. The man who did the mathematics in the 60s to calculate the reentry made a massive donation to your university for their observatory. And the plaques displayed his notes. Was only later they thought to check if the notes were top secret. Whoops. Yeah, Supersonic. That's what Artemis 3 is. Yep. I have a better one. If we never got rid of Apollo, we would have been on Mars already. Yeah. Back to workers? Well, guys, I'm having these fun conversations. I know it doesn't look like I'm having fun. I'm having these interesting conversations just because I'm trying to work up to the Rocket Lab launch. We have High Five, and then after that, undocking starts a lot later. New Glenn could do it, goalie. Falcon Heavy might be able to. I'd be worried about loads. Vulcan, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, we got the Electron High Five launch that's happening. It's in 40 minutes. I hope it didn't annoy you. I'm old school. No, Bimoda. I'm always here to learn. Like, dude, I understand like heat shields and how ablation works and how you need to get a uniform ablation in your stagnation point right ahead of the heat shield. Right? Like, you need uniform ablation there, right? If you don't have uniform ablation, your shock runs the risk of getting too close to the heat shield. I know. I understand how this works. For somebody that's self-taught, I know what I'm doing. Like, I'm not going to go design a heat shield. I'm no engineer, but I understand the concepts here. Yeah, thank you for dropping knowledge. I'm just not like 100% sure what you're getting at, dude. I know that these heat shields for trans-Earth injection for lunar return, they're hard to make. I get it. Apollo was nigh impossible to make. I'm amazed we did it, right? I'm sorry. Like, I know you shouldn't think about this way. The data is king with engineering. I get it. I know you shouldn't think about this way. But also at the same time, I guess this speaks to a thing with that, a thing that about NASA that I'm like, with like, dude, you didn't even bother doing a fault tree analysis on your own manufacturing defects, and then you wrote off that design because it was too hard. Like, all right. Yeah, maybe, Gaw. Yeah, exactly. It's frustrating, Fluffy. Yeah. What was the biggest holdup of the Apollo mission? The LEM. Yeah, that's why Apollo 8 launched without one. How did the ISS crew switch go? Everything is going good, Kindry. The undocking should be happening a little bit later tonight. I said so many tests to produce a working heat shield. Yeah. Oh, dude, no, I know. And with Orion, Vimo, this is what pisses me off. They took all that, they redid it, it worked, They had a couple of manufacturing defects, and then they didn't even bother trying to figure out what they did wrong. They just said, "Nah, that's too hard. Let's design a different heat shield." I don't get in what world you take all the testing that went into building the Apollo heat shield, proverbially wipe your tail with that, and then say, "No, we can do it better now." In what world does that make sense? Yeah, not on this one. You're going to disregard flight data. What? Yeah, those Apollo people, they had no idea what they were doing. It's too hard to make the heat shield that way. Like, What? What are you talking about? It's like that scene in freaking Rush. You guys remember the movie, Nicky Lauda and James Hunt, that F1 movie? All these facilities, and you make a piece of crap like this. You can't say that. It is a Ferrari. No, it is a piece of crap. All these facilities, you make this piece of crap. Like, just... How? I'm missing something. I'm missing something. I mean, I'm missing something. This decision still doesn't make any sense in my head. Like, you're rolling the dice. I don't know. Maybe I'm an idiot. It's possible. You're gonna go get a drink? Yeah, all right, man. All right. Hopefully it's beer. Money is the answer. Kindry, I know if it looks like a spade and acts like a spade, then it's probably a spade, right? Like, call a spade a spade. I get it. But also at the same time, I will not do that unless I'm absolutely sure. Like, I have to believe that NASA is acting on the engineering. In this case, it doesn't seem like that doesn't make a lot of sense, but then again, like I said, it's what I said at the beginning of this. Hindsight is 2020. It's really easy to say that this was a problem. If the block heat shield worked, we wouldn't even had this problem. Simultaneously, if they had decided to go with the honeycomb heat shield, this problem may have happened again. But see, my thing always is that even if they'd gone with the honeycomb design again and had those manufacturing defects are an easy problem to fix. Having your heat shield not work through re-entry is a very difficult problem to fix. Seacrack, and the other thing is that maybe if we, had more Orion flights and Orion was a more hardware-rich program, it would have justified the harsh manufacture, trying to justify the honeycomb manufacturing, right? Like, you got to run, Dino? Dude, we got to launch in 30 minutes, man. Where are you going? Come back. Get back here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Toy D, 101-month resub. Kendra, you had a NASA engineering friend that told me how they request so many drawings per time period for the contract. To fill this, they would submit blank paper if they didn't want to submit more. Kendra, I'm a horrible person. You could say I'm a horrible person. People that do that need to be fired. Contractors that do that need to be fired. Get another contractor. That kind of stuff is what's screwing NASA badly, and what's been screwing NASA for the better part of a half century. Unacceptable. I don't understand why they didn't find a way to test the redesign. Not a hardware lean program, Lord Gugu. They didn't make enough heat shields. Serious. They didn't make enough heat shields. That's the truth. No, Eric, no. I'm talking from a straight engineering standpoint, dude. Could they glue one on Cygnus to test it? I don't care anymore. Just fix it. Yeah, I don't know. It's so damn frustrating, dude. We should have a base on the moon by now. You know, like, once again, guys, I try not to be a huge SpaceX fanboy, but SpaceX gets it. The engineers at SpaceX, they get it. The engineers at SpaceX work like this. And you know what kills me the most about this? Some people would use that as a justification for getting rid of NASA. No. I don't think that's a good idea. No. NASA's the people that invented iterative design. Right? Like, I am the one who knocks, you know? Like, there's no reason that NASA can't be working like this. They should be. Like, why aren't the fact that they aren't is a huge problem. How big is Cygnus versus Orion? Cygnus is a lot. I don't think that Cygnus is the same diameter as Orion's heat shield, Sea Kraken. Solution, Cygnus capsule, always. Did you see that they drilled holes in the Artemis 2 core stage to put strakes to fix cavitations that they saw on Artemis 1? No, but that's cool. Oh yeah, the cavitations that made the foam come off, Yuri? This foam? Yeah. Yeah, no, it's good. It's good stuff. Flex. Yeah. Yeah, maybe a little. That was a Sawyer flex. Absolutely. What else is under that hat? Don't worry about it. Oh, I've had... dude. I have stuff you guys would really, really appreciate that I can never show you. It's a shame. No, I'm not being a tease, and no, I'm not showing it to you. Sorry. You want to look at the foam again? We can look at the foam again. That's cool. I'm altering the meme. Pray I don't alter it any further. Nice, RB. What about the tile? Yeah, you can see the tile. Here, hold on. See the tile. Rocket Lab is live. All right, let's do this. That's no ordinary phone. It's space foam. We know you got a Raptor engine inside the house somewhere. Show us. No. I can't. Yeah. Hold on one second. Novus is trying to talk to me and explain this stuff on. Need to see the tables on page 4. All right, give me 1 second, dude. Okay. Okay. Avcode application process with manual injection process exhibits limited inspection in honeycomb. Avcode blocks fabricated in standard billets, machined, inspected, and bonded using process controls. I can see why you'd want to do that. Avcode cracks and gore seams were observed post-cure. Avcode blocks eliminate cracks in final layup. Nope. Still, yep, that's easier to fix. A manufacturing problem's easier to fix than your heat shield not working. Avcoat low material properties. Avcoat billets acceptance testing before bonding. I'm not sure what low material I don't know. Afer. Or Erudite, or whatever you change your name to now. Heat shield edges exhibit exposed partial open cells. Avcoat blocks eliminate open cell configuration. That's fair. High tolerance, complexity in design and tooling. Simplified structural design and tooling approach. Okay. Instead of an injection process they bonded on, you can test the bonded pieces prior to installation. Yeah. That's... I see why that would be preferable. High part count in structure assembly and installations. Oh God, they have high part count problems too. I think if the messages get too long, Novus, it freaks out, dude. If you're putting out a good summary of explanation, if they get too long, it just Twitch chat just doesn't. It's just like, I don't know what to do with this. Reminds me of a silly story about the space pen. They said millions designing a pen to ride in space, and the Russians picked up a pencil and solved it. Yeah. Having graphite flakes in your life support systems is a real good way to die, Kindry. There's a reason why they spent tens of thousands of dollars on the space pen. Yeah, the Russians just use a pen. That's fine. A pencil. That's fine. You're putting in graphite flakes around in your spacecraft. Those are also flammable, and now they're jamming up your life support systems. There's a reason why the space pen was made. The other units are going to see harsher environments than EFT-1. EM-1 was going to have like 2 times the heat load for the flight mission. Reading between the lines, I think these defects would not have been acceptable for the flight mission. Yeah. Notice, I wish we had a way to see if that honeycomb thing would heat up. Like, it worked before. Why wouldn't it work again? Unless your criteria is different. I can't see why your heat shield criteria would be different for this capsule. But then again, we figured that they're not flying the exact same flight regime. Yikes, didn't know that, but it was funny how they said that. Yeah, the Russians ended up using pens too. Yeah, our pens, by the way. That's a bad example, Kindry, but I understand the gist of what you're saying. It makes sense, right? Hey, Jay, will you be streaming Crew 9 events tonight and tomorrow? Jury's out on tonight, Logan. I don't know. It depends if other real-life stuff happens. I'm trying to. I have Bobos with me tonight. I have the buddy. I absolutely will stream Splashdown tomorrow if we can't get tonight. I mean, Splashdown is going to happen either way. What's the Bobos? Logan, look at this boy. Look at this boy. Look at his ear. Look at his ear. One of his ears is floppy. The other one is... Oh, now they're both up. Oh, now it flopped again. We do have this machine for testing. ArcJet, baby. We'd need to make an ArcJet. We need to make an ArcJet that's big enough to test a 5-meter heat shield. Cancel the rest of Space News for Titan News. When is Splashdown? Tomorrow afternoon, Dean. It should be during my regular Space News segment tomorrow. That's why I said we're streaming it either way. Depending on real-life events, though, maybe on undocking tonight. Maybe. I'm trying to balance that whole reality thing with streaming. And I'm not doing a good job of it. Anyway, the Rocket Lab launch is happening now. We'll just rope that into the Space and Rocket Review here. Rocket Lab is live, but nothing's up just yet. What time is the undocking? 1 in the morning. I feel like they had good rationale to change from what I can see. Not only are they straying from heritage, but it's also a change in baseline. More money and schedule push. They wouldn't just change for poops and giggles. Yeah, exactly, Novus. I understand. I guess the real thing, dude, that I'm trying to, like, I understand they wouldn't change, they wouldn't change it just because, oh, I feel like it. Like, I get it. I know that, dude. I know that. It just, in the back of my mind, man, you have EM1 to make sure that this thing works. And that's it. That's it. Like, they came up with a lot of manufacturing reasons why this was a better idea, and that's fine. That's all fine and dandy. And this would make perfect sense if they had other tests, but I can't get it out of my mind. You're gonna leave it to one test? One test. That's it? And you think you're gonna figure everything out after one test of this design? If Orion was flying to and from the space station and stuff, I'd be all for it. The block design makes way more sense because then you could scale to it. You know what I mean? It's just the hardware lean program that's what doesn't make sense to me, dude, you know? I don't know what that is, Tethys. Last time you covered the heat shield, I remember you found out some of the ingredients for Avcoat were missing due to some of the chemicals not being allowed to be used anymore. Yeah, Yannick, I remember that. I forgot about that. I remember now. I'm not Googling that, Tethys. Hell no. Oh! Rocket Lab music. Ooh, what's the suggested? Oh, zip ties. New zip ties with the Detroit diesel. All right, let's go. You can study it yourself. B-Mode, I've had the pleasure of being about this close to the Apollo 11 heat shield. The real one from the capsule. I've had the pleasure of being that close. I've seen the honeycomb up close, dude. Have you heard of the company Teledyne? Yeah.
Bonjour, hello, and a very, very warm welcome to launch day. We are on the pad once again for our friends Kineis, who are preparing to launch their 5th and final mission, completing a constellation of 25 Internet of Things satellites in low Earth orbit. Right now it is 2:12 p.m. local time, and we are just 18 minutes away from liftoff. Thank you so much for joining us as we go to space today. My name is Prachi Saknani.
And I'm Jess Hepworth, and we're joining you live, just steps away from mission control for today's launch.
So, Novus, you said A1 was a full-up test of the heat shield to get flight data. There's just nothing that can fling Orion out at the moon, plus the flat development budget. Novus, I think that's... These engineering decisions work fine if your program isn't flat funded. That's... I think that's the brutal reality of the situation. This is the Mahia Peninsula, Anderson. This is Rocket Lab. They launch out of New Zealand. Yeah. That's the satellites that they're launching today.
Just 9 months later.
Whoa. Is the 5th one Is the fifth one just stacked on the top, just crudely pasted on the top there? That's a hell of a payload attachment fitting. Reality has constraints. And you know what, Novus? You know what? I reject NASA's reality from the past 50 years and substitute my space program, okay? I reject your reality and substitute my own. This is unacceptable. That reality is unacceptable. NASA doesn't do anything that way. No, it's unacceptable! Anyway, what's this payload for Kineas?
And global connectivity providers dedicated to the internet.
Break the shackles! That's right!
Mountains, oceans.
That should be run like SpaceX. This is bullcrap.
This
is bullcrap. Where's my moon base?
In 2020,
where is it?
East raised a large amount of 100 million euros to address this global issue.
Sorry for yelling.
Today, the company is following through and will deploy a constellation of 25 nanosatellites that will enable it to connect to a multitude of objects anywhere on the planet in near real time. Kineas is convinced
this music could mute the YouTube video. Don't scare the poppers. Oh, he's used to it. He's fine. I didn't do anything with your moon base. Where's my moon base? Where's my moon base, NASA? It's not here. Where has it gone? Where's my moon base, Jeff? Please, what are your Teledyne thoughts? Teledyne? I don't understand. I don't understand, Tethys. I wanted sharks with freaking laser beams attached to their heads. Where's my Coco? I want to go poopy. I don't understand. Any relation to Cyberdyne? Maybe?
series of 5 launches, which began in summer of 2024.
It's this B-roll promo music,
throttle.
guys. I can't play it. It gets claimed every time. We'll just listen to the nice sounds from Starbase Live. Okay, we're done.
It's called High Five, a nod to the fact that this is our 5th mission for Kineas. However, each launch has had its own distinct name and personality.
First, we had No Time to Lose in recognition of Kineas' home base in France. Next up was Kineas Killed the Raid IoT Star, a fun little nod to the Internet of Things or IoT capability of the satellites. The third mission was ICE AIS Baby, which referenced the Automatic Identification System or AIS capabilities of the spacecraft. And our most recent mission for Kineas today was IoT for You and Me, once again a play on the Internet of Things theme. As we prepare to watch the 5th launch take place for Kineas today, let's take a quick look back at those first 4 missions.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
I'm not into space stuff that much. Well, if you want to learn space stuff, I got you, bro. We're 13 and a half minutes out. This is just a replay. Electron's a little baby rocket, guys. She's a little baby rocket. But we're gonna end space news here with a nice baby rocket. Staging. Okay, cool. So Electron is a small sat launcher that's operated by a company called Rocket Lab. They actually, Rocket Lab just launched like 2 or 3 days ago from this launch site. This launch site's a twin pad launch site. It's from the Mahia Peninsula down in I was about to say down in New Orleans. No, it's in New Zealand. It's LC-1A. It's the 5th and final batch of 5 satellites for the Kineas IoT constellation. Yeah, there you go.
Or go, to confirm the system that they are responsible for is primed and ready for launch. Or if for any reason they
Yes,
need to
no.
hold or stand down, they'll call out a no-go. So what we're listening in for are goes across the board to indicate that we're progressing with the count. Let's listen in.
Land center or mission control? I'll let you be the judge. Hey, it looks like I belong here. Can you confirm that Jesus is green?
To all stations, LD in Mission Core proceeding with go, no-go sequence. Stage.
Stages go.
Avionics.
Avionics is go.
GNC.
GNC is go.
Beacon.
With Rocket
Beacon, let's go.
Lab, they just roll the rocket out
T1.
on a little cart.
T1 is go.
GC.
We can turn around pretty
GC's
quick.
go.
I never want to
BLS.
hold again.
PLS is go.
Okay.
RSO.
RSO is go.
MET.
Met is go.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I asked. Yeah, where's
MM.
Dean?
Go.
Am I go for lunch? I am go for
And
hamster.
LD sub.
LD is go.
Go, no-go sequence complete. We are T-minus 11 minutes, 16 seconds and counting.
If somebody doesn't say
We are
go, there's a
for
hold in the
terminal
count,
down. The
Porteous.
sequence start at T-minus 10 minutes. From this time, the 3-war procedure is in effect.
He is, sewer rat.
And that's just what we like to hear, a sea of greens across the board.
Now, like our previous missions for Kineas, today's launch opportunity is instantaneous, which means we need to lift off at the exact planned T0 to place the 5 satellites in their required orbits. If for any reason we need to delay today's launch, we won't have an opportunity to recycle and try today, but we'll have to come back tomorrow or the day after at the exact same time.
But, of course, that's the beauty of launching on Electron versus hitching a ride with a bunch of other spacecraft on a rideshare mission. This way, Kineas has complete control over when they go to space and exactly where they are deployed in orbit.
That's
That
an
is, assuming the weather plays
awful
ball, of
argument
course.
for ride
Which,
shares.
today, as
For,
you can
like,
see in your
against ride
screens,
shares.
it looks like it is,
Like
so
an
we're
awful
progressing with the count.
Argument. What? They just said that, well, if it scrubs, you know, Electron's going to take you instantaneously to the window. So if it scrubs, we'll launch tomorrow and take you instantaneously to the window. But if you launched it, you know, if you launched it on a transporter mission, a rideshare mission, you know, it'll launch, but it won't take you exactly to where you're going. But it'll launch. I don't think that's the own you think it is. Like, I'm just putting it out there. I don't think that's the own that you think it is. Like, look, just don't think about it too much, all right? I get paid to sit here and overthink things, sewer rat. It's my job.
Today's mission is headed to a 650-kilometer low Earth orbit, but we're no strangers to missions a little further away. In fact, more than 380,000 kilometers away. That's right, I'm talking about lunar missions. Some of you might remember the Capstone mission we launched for NASA, which used an Electron rocket to reach LEO and a Photon spacecraft to conduct a translunar injection to send a satellite all the way to lunar orbit for the very first mission of the Artemis program. While more recently, our software, hardware, and people supported another moon landing. Let's hear from the team behind those missions to learn what it's like to play a role in lunar exploration.
Now this is cool. Check this
The
out.
atmosphere in mission control is absolutely exhilarating. Planning a trajectory to the moon is not an easy task. Rocket Lab is in charge of a number of really important things. From the flight dynamics, which is the team that I lead, to the GNC, or the guidance, navigation, and control, the flight software, and the ground software. Each of these has a really crucial role. Planning a lunar trajectory is always very unique. It's highly specific to each mission. It's highly specific
After
to
this,
each
we'll run ads.
payload on the vehicle. And the best way that we can solve this is really just by communicating with all the teams. There's a lot of work that is done within each team, and each team is full of experts.
I thought you liked
The
buses,
most important
Aqualogs.
thing that we have to do is determine what is the end objective. So we effectively plan it backward from where we want to be at a given time all the way to the phasing orbits that we need to be in, to where the moon has to be in with respect to the Earth when we launch, and to when we plan each of the maneuvers in order to raise our apogee, which
that
is
guy?
the highest point in the Earth orbit, in order to intersect the moon at the right time and turn on the engines exactly at the right time within less than 100 milliseconds.
That guy
Rocket
plays
Lab was
Kerbal.
involved in the
He plays
Capstone
Kerbal.
mission that delivered a microwave-sized spacecraft in a really cool orbit called an NRHO, and that allowed Rocket Lab to build this whole platform called the Lunar Photon that is radiation tolerant, that has all these really important features for deep space missions, that is really important for developing the future of the industry. Because it means that Rocket Lab can just go to a given customer and say, hey, we have a platform that's ready for you guys to go launch directly in deep space, and we know how to fly it. So there's less uncertainty, a lot of flight heritage, and it's something that the teams know how to fly.
That's 2 NASA lunar missions complete, but we are far from done when it comes to missions beyond low Earth orbit.
That's right. The 2 Escapade spacecraft we've built for NASA
To
are
retract-
awaiting launch to Mars to study the red planet.
Escapade was supposed to launch on New Glenn, and they, didn't do it because it wasn't ready. I'm gonna run ads now, guys, so nobody gets ads during the ascent. I hate ads. I try my best to never run them. I think they're intrusive. I think they're annoying, and I hate them. But we'll run it here so people don't get ads during the ascent.
These days, it represents just a part of the exciting and innovative missions we're undertaking, thanks to our ever-growing capabilities as an end-to-end space company.
Speaking of that, Launch Complex 1 is playing host to its 58th launch today, with 4 other missions having taken place from Launch Complex 2 in Virginia. Today's liftoff is scheduled for just 5-ish minutes from now, and after liftoff, the journey to orbit takes about 9 minutes, with payload SEP happening around 55 minutes later. Here's a simplified snapshot of what that looks like.
Electron will move through a series of pre-programmed milestones that you see here, including max Q, main engine cutoff on the first stage, stage separation between those first and second stages, ignition of the single vacuum optimized Rutherford engine on the second stage.
How many stripes down is the sock?
Fairing jettison, second engine cutoff, and then kick stage separation ahead of payload deployment. We'll talk you through each of these milestones as they
Isar
take place
Sig.
in flight.
We were looking at it on.
For now, it's time to settle in to the final count.
We were looking at Nordmela.
Once we hit T-minus
on,
2 minutes, Electron will
Google
take
Earth a
over
little while
control
ago.
from the operators as part of an auto sequence. So all that's left to do is let Electron's 9 Rutherford engines ignite at T-minus 2 seconds for liftoff when that clock hits T0. Let's hand it over to the operators in mission control to listen in on that sequence.
Yeah, Isar posted a sweet picture of the rocket on the pad, and everything is like covered in snow. It looks sick, man. I really hope Isar does well. That's really cool to see a burgeoning commercial market in Europe. That's really neat.
LDG's in mission.
TCLE.
ECS is disabled, pad auto sequence is armed, pad is ready for launch.
Environmental control
Copy, thank you,
systems are
TC.
disabled. Pad is go. Hey, you got to keep the rocket air conditioned. It's not designed to operate down here. It'll get too hot. True story. Seriously, pad HVAC is a big deal. Tough environment to design for up there. Yeah, rocket for sure. You see where their launch site is in Indoya? It's near, the big city that it's near is Endenez. It's way up in the Arctic Circle. Like, it's more north than Plesetsk. Yeah, see it right there? It's pretty windy. Well, we're getting a break. The wind gusts are a lot higher.
From now, there should be no red flags on your critical
Nerf.
LCCs. Beacon LD in mission court.
How they beacon?
Beacon, lock the auto sequence and confirm.
Locked.
And Beacon confirm all flight computer ASCOs are green.
All flight computer escorts are green.
Okay.
Copy, thank you, Beacon.
King of the
We are go
North.
for auto sequence start T minus 2
Nerd,
minutes.
nerd, 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 nerd.
LDs go for launch.
Launch director reports go. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. What's the max launch wind? I don't know what Electron's wind constrained takeoff conditions are. Clearly they're inside of it. We like green on St. Patrick's Day. Yeah, I hope everybody's green. Nice, Kate. This is Mahia, weather guy, in New Zealand. Same place they launched from the other day.
The vehicle is fully on internal power. FTS is green and enabled for flight.
Automatic flight termination system armed. Isn't it Tuesday? It is Tuesday morning in New Zealand. "90 seconds.
Lock load is complete. System is in recirculation.
"33 kilometers an hour north, gusts 48. Oh.
Anti-geysering is disabled.
"50
Stage 1
seconds.
and 2 tanks are pressed.
High flow engine purge enabled.
Yeah, Electron does get blown around in the wind. You'll see it kind of skitching around on takeoff. Chat-ups, wait 30 seconds. It is quite windy.
T minus 20 seconds and counting.
10.
10, 9, 8, 7.
Sound suppression system
6,
is on.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ignition. Lift off. There she goes. Man, that thing books.
Beginning pitch over.
Okay, vehicle's pitching over. Establishing proper flight azimuth, pitch kick. Everything looks good.
Stage 1 propulsion nominal.
High fives all around as our
Watch,
60-second
it's
Electron
gonna be
lifts
stitching
off
around
and
in the
clears
wind.
the pad at Launch Complex 1.
See?
Keep an eye out on those dials at the top of your screen there to see Electron's speed and altitude rapidly climb as we make our way to space once again. Right now, we're less than a minute, or just about a minute.
Those are clouds.
into
I was
flight.
like,
As we're about to
no!
cue when Electron experiences maximum aerodynamic pressure. Let's listen in for that call out for mission control.
Cleared max Q.
Maximum dynamic pressure. That's peak
You
aerodynamic
heard the
load.
call. Electron has successfully cleared max Q.
HPV
We're
discharge
now
nominal.
at just over 17 kilometers in altitude and traveling at over 2,500 kilometers an hour. In just a few moments, the 9 Rutherford engines on Electron's first stage will shut down,
What is that
signaling
sparking
the
in the
start of
exhaust
stage
plume?
separation.
Exhaust plume? It's just
The main body of Electron, made from
some
carbon
combustion
composite,
byproducts
will
are it.
split
It's not a
into
big
2
deal.
parts. The first stage will head back to Earth, while the second stage, powered by its own Rutherford engine, will ignite and continue its journey to orbit.
Oh yeah, she's blown
All
around
of
in
this
the wind,
happens
that's
in
for
a matter
sure.
of seconds. So let's stay tuned and listen for the updates.
Propulsion holding nominal. Stand by.
See
for
it kinda-
roughly 30 seconds.
Toilet bowling a little bit. The guidance system's compensating for the wind.
$15 seconds to staging.
burn at detect mode.
Somebody honked the
Miko
horn.
confirmed.
Stage separation.
Stage separation
Ignition.
confirmed.
Good.
Stage 2 ignition confirmed.
She's good. Very nice.
There we go, successful Miko, stage separation and second stage ignition confirmed. Electron's second stage is now continuing the mission to orbit with those 5 Kineis satellites attached to the kick stage and traveling at over 8,200 kilometers an hour. Very soon, the two halves of Electron's fairing will split and fall away, exposing the Kineis satellites to space ahead of deployment. This is a process called fairing jettison, and it's coming up very soon, so let's keep an ear and an eye out.
Fairing separation.
Fairing jettison confirmed.
It's goodbye
There you
fairing
go.
and hello space for the final
Oh,
5 Kineis
sick
satellites
picture.
integrated onto the kick stage's payload plate. We are now just over 3 minutes into flight with less than 6 minutes
It is,
remaining
Trey,
in
yep.
the second stage burn.
2 pads out there.
Storage holding nominal.
There's a slightly sinusoidal component to this. The second stage is doing this. It's kind of compensated a little bit, but it's been dampened out over time. It was really prevalent at staging, but see, you can see
All
it.
right, folks, let's turn our
just
attention
look-
to the right side
look
of
at
our
the horizon, you
screens.
see it
What you're
kinda-
seeing there are the real-time
Pretty sure that's
propellant
okay.
levels for our
It's not a
second
big deal.
stage. We've got the fuel and
Yeah,
ox
PID
levels
mutter,
up displayed,
exactly.
and with the kerosene at about 73% and liquid oxygen about 73% as
kerosene
well
mass?
remaining.
I have no
It is
idea.
a great sign that everything is functioning smoothly so far. Let's keep
Mom's
an eye on those
Starbase.
numbers as we
Got
get
'em.
closer to staging.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! What was that? You see that? That was my dog. That's what it was. No, the stage kind of flicked for a second.
Stage 2 now traveling at over 11,000 kilometers an hour.
Still got
with
that
that
weird
nozzle
component,
glowing
man.
bright
Still going
over
back and forth.
179
I'm pretty sure that's normal, but
kilometers above Earth. A beautiful view from our onboard cameras here. How cool is space, right?
Oh, absolutely. That is always a treat. Now, when we first launched Electron,
Did you hear
it
that,
took with it
Titan?
a
They
few
said it was a
world
treat.
firsts, including
Want
the
a treat?
unveiling of our 3D printed Rutherford engines. Instead of using a traditional gas turbine, the fuel pumps inside Rutherford are powered by electric motors, and those motors are powered by batteries.
Up here, buddy.
During flight, we use up all the power in one set of batteries before switching to a fresh
Give
set.
me your paw.
But rather than carry the dead weight of those
Good
spent
boy.
batteries all the way to orbit, we jettison them to give us more available mass for customer spacecraft. The nifty little maneuver is called battery hot swap, and it's coming up next.
Yeah, watch. See this metal thing? Those are batteries because they have electric motors turning their pumps. Come here, puppers. Come here. You're over there? All right. Come on.
HVV discharge holding nominal.
High voltage
swap in
battery
roughly 30
discharge.
seconds.
Up. Okay, come on. Up. There you go. Yeah, watch. So that's one of the batteries. Like I said, they're using batteries to
Throttling down.
they're using batteries to turn their fuel pumps. And when a battery runs out of charge, it's just dead mass, so they'll jettison it.
Battery jettison confirmed.
Mint?
Hot swap successful.
You
No,
caught it on
I
your
have no
screen
idea
there,
what those
battery
batteries
hot
are.
swap
If I had
has
to
been
guess, there's some type of
successful. The
lithium.
next major milestone will be SECO, or second engine cutoff, coming up in about 3 minutes. At that point, the Rutherford engine will throttle down before shutting off completely in
Yuck.
preparation for kick stage separation. After that, it's all up to the kick stage after a coast period to deploy the payloads.
Up.
HVV
Come on.
discharge holding nominal.
Give me your paw. Give me your paw. There you go.
AFDS has saved.
That's not supposed to do that. I didn't break the camera, Titan did. So this is vibration, guys. Vibration is screwing with the artifacting.
To remind you that there's
video.
more than just rockets in this lab. And if you want to have views like this be a part of your everyday, there's a place in space for you. Right now we have roles in our machine shop teams.
Yeah,
so
silly,
if you have experience with
right
5-axis CNC machines, editing and programming, or experience in Siemens or NX, then we want to hear from you.
Visit rocketlabusa.com/careers and get in touch with our talent acquisition team as soon as you can.
That's not great. Oh, I don't know what that is. That's not good. All right, come on up here. There you go, Bubbles. It could be a dead pixel, guys. And guys, for what it's worth, the perceived dark spot here is because the sun is over here.
Not long now until that second stage engine throttles down and shuts off ahead of kick stage separation.
It happens, Pineways,
The stage operator in mission control will call it out across the nets, so keep an eye on the nozzle on your screen as it cools down.
Seeker confirmed.
Oh.
Stage separation confirmed.
And there you have it. Electron's second stage Rutherford engine has shut down, and the kick stage has separated for the coast phase as planned. For the next 45 minutes, the kick stage will pass around Earth until it reaches a precise point where the tiny 3D printed Curie engine will ignite to raise the orbit ahead of payload deployment.
This phase is an important period where the spacecraft is essentially coasting through space, following its calculated trajectory without the need for engine burns. During this time, our team will be closely monitoring all systems to ensure everything is functioning smoothly.
Rather be lucky than good. That's right.
This phase allows us to prepare for the critical moment of payload deployment, ensuring that the satellites...
Checking the console next to you. Telltale sign. Hands on head.
Back in approximately 45 minutes with live coverage of the payload deployment.
That stage
in the
almost
meantime,
popped.
feel free to grab a snack, stretch your legs, and we will see you back here soon.
Yeah, okay. That stage almost popped. Yeah, when you see somebody lean over at somebody else's desk, or you see somebody doing this, or somebody doing that, something's wrong. It's dead giveaway, without fail, every time. Something's weird with that second stage, but it worked, so it's okay. Tighten open the door again. What launch is this? This is the High 5 launch. It is a batch of 5 satellites for a French IoT constellation, Kinese. When did that camera... When did that camera start getting weird?
The Rutherford engine will throttle down before shutting off completely in preparation for kick stage separation. After that, it's all up to the kick stage after a coast period to deploy the payloads. Shutting off completely in preparation for kick stage separation. Your second engine...
When does that spot show up?
Battery jettison confirmed.
Hot swap successful.
You caught it on your screen there. Battery hot swap has been successful. The next major milestone will be SECO, or second engine cutoff, coming up in about 3 minutes.
I don't know, man. That, Let me look at the shots of mission control again. I'm telling you, I saw something weird. I saw something screwy going with that second stage. Does the exhaust look healthy? Exhaust looks fine. It looks like a lens flare. Yeah, Jeff, exactly. I don't know, but
down and the kick.
I'm looking around, seeing if anybody looks like they're freaking out. Right there. Hands on head. Right there, right there. People looking around. Did you see that? Did you see that? Yeah. Did you see it? I mean, look, like, don't get me wrong, dudes. They made it, but that second stage did something a little funky. No problem, Methane. That second stage, it was right after battery jettison. There was a vibration that was induced on the vehicle after battery jettison. I'm pretty dang sure. When did they say staging? The next thing was?
Lights are released into their intended orbit accurately and safely.
So while we wait, please sit tight and stay with us. We'll be back
deployment.
Approximately 45 minutes with live coverage of the payload deployment.
Same vibration happens on Kine's Flight 4. I'm telling you, Phil, I saw something with that second stage that I didn't like. It was doing this. It was doing this and it kept doing that. And then it kind of ticked up and then kind of went down a little bit. I don't remember Electrons doing that. Yeah, I don't care, Thousands. I don't cover their space program. What is it with second stages this year? There's a lot more of them. Who's the big guy up front center with the ponytail? Watch him from the beginning. All right, let me see. Yeah, see some screw. That wasn't supposed to do that. Something screwy happened right there. He has the stare, man. I know that stare. I know that stare. That's the stare I made when the SSTO blew up on the pad in Kerbal. I know that stare. I know that face, and I know that feeling. And it's not a good one. That's the I hate everything right now face. I know that face. If I ever work in a mission control, I'm going to do weird stuff on TV just to psych you out. Oh, what's wrong, buddy? What's wrong, Taito? What? Be quiet. All right. All right, dudes. He needs that weather guy, yeah. Guys, I gotta take him out, and then there's some other stuff I have to do tonight. So I heard you, buddy. Jeez, just sit. Give me a second, okay? You hear that noise? He has to use the restroom. Believe me. Okay. So, guys, I have some other stuff that I need to do. I'm gonna have to rain check docking again. I'm sorry. I had to. I don't like rain checking all these dockings, but we'll be here for splashdown tomorrow. So that's gonna do it for the stream tonight. Yeah, that's gonna do it for the stream tonight. The docking coverage with NASA does begin in about an hour. I just can't stay up that long. I have other things to, oh, he's gone. He's leaving. All right. Yeah. I've neglected a lot of things that I need to do around here because that whole 2-week Starbase thing. So I gotta go. I've got to go. All right. So, I will see you guys tomorrow at noontime. I hope you enjoyed the High Five launch, my coverage from High Five. Maybe we'll hear what happens with that second stage, but I got to go take care of the boy, the dog, and, yeah, I'll see you guys all tomorrow at noontime. The splashdown coverage will cover for sure. So, yeah, we'll go from there. Let's see who we can raid in the meantime. On YouTube, don't worry about it. I'll just see you guys all tomorrow. Let's get Nancy. Let's go see what Uwo's Lab is up to. Uwo's is another science and technology streamer on Twitch. Let's see what he's up to. And on the YouTube side of things, I will see you guys all tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching, guys. Once again, the docking coverage does start in about an hour, but I have some stuff that I got to get done, okay? So I'll talk to you guys tomorrow at noontime. We'll play more workers, and we'll do more workers and then undocking coverage tomorrow. Should be a good time. Have a good night, everybody. Go see what Uwo's is up to. Go drop through the raid for him, and I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Thank you. Good night.